The clerks will escort you to an overflow area. If you have a seat next to you, could you raise your hand quietly and someone can sit in one of those seats? If not, everyone on the sides, gentlemen and ladies, you have to move out to the overflow area. We thank you very much. We cannot start the meeting until that happens. No. I'm looking. I got it. I was looking for it for you. That should be Bob's Market. Again, if you could have a seat so we can get started. The seats, the 2 or 3 seats in the back are usually reserved for Santa Monica police officers, so you'll have to clear those seats as well. Thank you very much. Against the wall. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting of the Santa Monica City Council to order. Clerk, could you read the roll? Huh?
Pledge first.
Oh, pledge first. Thank you for keeping me on point.
Want me to go?
Jesse?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Zwick. Now can you call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Parra,
Here.
Councilmember Davis is absent tonight, Councilmember Torosis,
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre, Councilmember De La Torre,
Councilmember, are you online?
all right, we will get back to him, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Brock.
Here.
Here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, here. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's
we got
okay. Good evening, Oscar. Okay.
I will now ask any council members if they will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act tonight. Hearing none, we'll proceed. Mary, you have some agenda management you would like to do?
Is your mic on?
Yes, agenda management?
Yes. We have a couple of items on agenda management. One, I would like to move the Metropolitan Water District's presentation to start the meeting. Secondly, I'd like to move the Bob's Market Commendation to number 2 on the agenda and number 3 on the agenda. We have some wonderful Santa Monica High School students. We'd like to hear them in advance of the item. So, excuse me. So, at this point, we'd like to have them be number 3. In order to do that, I need a motion for the Samo High students to be heard earlier.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Unfortunately, we do need
Aye.
a roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry, that was Torosis and,
Lana, Negrete, and Torosis.
Motions, I second.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes, and that carries unanimously, so we'll start the meeting with those items. And the first item?
First item is item 3D, City Manager Report, 30th Anniversary of Sustainable City Plan, Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water and General Update from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm Sunny Wang, City's Water Resources Manager. I'm here to introduce the General Manager from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California tonight, Adele Haji Khalil, and also our Met Director, Judy Abdo.
You want to say anything, Judy? Judy, you want to say anything? Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. Great to be in the great city of Santa Monica. City Manager White and Rick Walty, thank you for having us. I see also Mark Gold, my friend from the city of Santa Monica, is here. Today, we are honored to be here on behalf of the board, and the board has made a commitment to reach out to our 26 member agencies that we serve. Metropolitan serves 19 million people across our service area. And what we have committed to is to ensure safe, reliable water for all with no one left behind. And so I want to acknowledge, first of all, your own director, Judy Abdu, who represents you ably at Metropolitan Water District's board. And she has been there advocating for integrated planning, one water planning, and conservation. And I think she is the longest-serving female representative in our board, nearly 100-year history that we've had. And we appreciate her and love her and thank her for her service to Metropolitan. Thank you, Director, for your kind words. Also, I want to acknowledge the Water Resources Manager, Sunny Wong, who is really emerging as a new voice for sustainable water management in our community across Southern California. Before this meeting, actually, Sunny took me with his staff to tour some of the facilities. Actually, I was part of many of the projects here. And the sustainable water infrastructure is a great example. And if anybody is a poster child of one water integrated planning and sustainable planning, it's the City of Santa Monica. So I applaud you for the work you're doing. And we're taking the same concept, the same effort, and applying it across our service area. We know climate is changing. We know we're seeing hotter and drier days. What we call this climate whiplash. We're going to go through times when we're going to have 3, 4, 5 years of dry conditions. But then we're going to follow with 2 years of rain, as we're seeing last year and this year. The future water management is how can we capture that water and store it away so we can use it during these dry conditions. None of us can do it alone. We all have to collaborate, and we were talking about collaboration ideas. Metropolitan is proud that actually we participated with the City of Santa Monica in many of the local resource programs. We invested over $1 billion in local resource programs to help build local water supply. What's the story and what's the result? The water we're using today in Southern California is the same water we've used 50 years ago. I want to repeat, the water we're using today is the same as it was 50 years ago. Our imported water is 1.2 million acre feet. It's 50% of the water we use in Southern California is locally sourced. I know you guys are over 80%, 85%. I applaud you. But that's a big effort that we all have done, and we need to do more. That's how we're going to adapt this climate whiplash, because we know the value of water. None of us want to be here when there's no water, because water is economy. Water is health. Water is safety, and that's what we want to do. So we are leading the way in Metropolitan under leadership of the board and Director Abdu, and working on developing a climate adaptation master plan anchored in the One Water concept, which I call integration, innovation, and inclusion, ensuring safe, reliable water for everyone with no one left behind. And that's the commitment we have. We are seeing conditions, as you know, in 2021 and 22, we had bad drought. We have 2 sources of imported water, the State Water Project from Northern California and the Colorado River from the Colorado River Basin in the watershed. And both systems were strained. We had 0 allocation from the State Water Project for 3 years almost. We were on health and safety water. On the Colorado River, we almost had a crash. We had no water. Lake Mead was coming down to almost nothing. And we had to do something. And the message is, how can we adapt to this? So we are doing everything we can right now to store water. So this year, Metropolitan has record amount of storage in our system, all the way from Hemet, Lake Mead, and we built a new project in Lancaster, Antelope Valley, East Kern, 300,000 acre feet underground storage. And that is equivalent to Lake Castaic. We just finished building it last year. And that's our resiliency. And now we're working with our groundwater basins and the projects we're doing to make sure that we're recycling, reusing water. because the future is about how we can ensure we have local water supply, how we can store wet water in the ground. And, I can't say more about what you guys are doing. You are the poster child of this integrated planning. We are also negotiating the Colorado River agreements. As you know, by the end of 2026, we're going to have new guidelines. And now the 7 states and the country of Mexico are in the middle of negotiations. One thing that we have done is committed to reducing our water use, as we have done since 2003. We have reduced our water consumption and dependence on Colorado River through partnership with our ag community, while continuing to sustain the environment. We need to do more of it, and those are the partnerships we're doing with the Imperial Irrigation District, Palo Verde, the Kitsan Tribe, and many of the tribal nations that we have to work through it. We think we're going to be able to cut our water use by 3 million acre-feet between now and 2026. And from there on, we're committed to cutting 1.5 million acre-feet of water in the Colorado River from the lower basin, Arizona, Nevada, and California. But we need to share. And what we're saying is the investments we make in Southern California is not an investment that benefits Southern California alone. It benefits the entire state. It benefits the entire Southwest. And we're asking for help from the federal government and the state government. So we're really advocating for funding from the state government, and we're working with our legislators in D.C., but also hoping that Sacramento will advance a water resiliency and climate resiliency bond in the November ballot to help all of us invest in these things that we want to do. And I know you have a lot of vision and things you want to do in Santa Monica. Let's make it happen, because the investments are here at helping the entire state. When we are managing water more responsibly here locally, we're not fighting over dry conditions between the environment, the ag community and the urban community and the tribes. We can actually collaborate and use water more efficiently. That's the future of Metropolitan. That's what we're trying to do everywhere. The state of water actually is good. The Northern Sierra snowpack is at 125% of normal, which is good. But we know the temperature and the climate change, that water can melt quickly, and we need to figure out how we manage it. The Upper Colorado River Basin snowpack is about 104% of normal, which is also reasonable. But Lake Mead is at 1/3 of its level. Last year alone, Metropolitan alone, put in 475,000 acre-feet of water into Lake Mead. Overall, we have 3.4 million acre-feet of storage, equivalent to imported water of 3 years in our system. But what's missing is the ability to move water across our basin. We cover all the way from Ventura all the way to the Mexican border. And we need to build the infrastructure to exchange water and move water around, because we can't do it alone. We all need to collaborate and move forward. That's why we are doing the Camp for Water, the Climate Adaptation Master Planning. And I'll have Liz talk about it a little bit. But what's anchoring this is the business model, how we can pay for this. We're committed to conservation, and I know how Judy feels about conservation. We continue to invest. We invested over $1 billion in conservation that helped us really manage the resources we have. Out of the 3.4 million acre-feet of storage we have, over 2 million acre-feet was because of conservation. The community here has helped us. If it wasn't for conservation, we had to build the infrastructure to really create more water, which we cannot. It'll be cost prohibitive. By the actions that our community has taken in conservation, it helped us tremendously bring the water use down to where we are today. But the system that we have has to be upgraded, has to be renewed, and we need to invest in more resiliency, such as storage, recycled water, stormwater capture, and many projects across the board. That's why we are starting tomorrow a discussion about a new business model for Met. The business model for Met that worked for us 100 years ago cannot work in this new climate change, because you cannot just use revenue based on selling water. It has to be based on sharing, all of us. Resiliency is shared across the board, whether you're taking water or not. We all have the investments needed to help us move forward. And that's a discussion we're starting tomorrow. We're committed to conservation. Conservation is a way of life. Last budget, we committed to $100 million in conservation. And the good news is we actually taken some of the water we have in storage because of conservation and monetizing it to help put more water in Lake Mead for the system benefit and getting money that we can invest back in conservation here. So our ratepayers are not going to be paying. So the investments that we have made are paying back and paying us back. To me, that's really the future of what we're doing. Turf rebate, we are really looking at how we can invest in underserved communities and continue to invest. We're partnering with the member agencies and others in providing $3 a square foot and replacing your lawn with California Friendly. And the new thing we just added is actually you can add 5 trees to your program at $500. You can add 5 trees. That trees also help provide canopy and shade and shelter, but also provides ways to capture water. We are shifting the way we're thinking in Metropolitan. To me, Metropolitan, the way we see it at the board, and I've been in Metropolitan for almost 3 years, my goal is how can we be the umbrella that brings everybody together and also the net that nobody's left behind. This is how we are. And we are actually working with the federal government on some grants as part of the Colorado River to bring in money where 40% of the funding comes in to invest in underserved communities. People that cannot put money out to get rebates, we will do direct install. We're trying to be creative because there is certain parts of our system that haven't converted to efficient water use. And we want to make sure that everybody is doing it and there's no obstacles, there's no way to get in the way of doing it. The good news is Colorado River today, the state announced that we are at 40% allocation from the State Water Project. 10 years ago, if you're at 75% allocation from the State Water Project from Northern Sierra, you're at balance and you start doing storage. Since then, 10 years later, right now, at 30% allocation, we are in balance and we're doing storage. That's a shift. That tells you the biggest shift that we've made. We're not dependent on import water anymore. We actually are more locally dependent and locally resilient. That really helps us move forward, and it's going to take all of us continuing to work on it. You know, Sonny and his team is working with us. I have a advisory council from the general manager, 26 member agencies. We meet together to ensure that we are working in collaboration. We have a group working on cybersecurity together, working on grants together, working on water quality together, because to me, that's the beauty of this co-op that we call Metropolitan. So let me ask my Chief Resiliency, Sustainability, Innovation Officer, Liz Crossan, to talk about our efforts in Camp for Water, which is Climate Adaptation Master Plan. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thanks for having me, Mayor Brock and members of the council. I'm Liz Cross, and I'm just going to briefly talk about this Climate Adaptation Master Plan, which is what we are utilizing as our look towards how do we sustain water supply for the 19 million customers that rely on the member agencies we serve throughout our service area. This plan is an integrated resources plan that also will integrate our financial planning and climate planning into one kind of holistic look at how do we ensure that we're using the best available science, the best available climate science information on the ground as we plan for the future for water sustainability in Southern California. Next slide, please. Do I have control? Thanks. So just a little bit of background of how we got where we are today. Our general manager, Adel Hajj-Khalil, mentioned that we did go through a very severe drought recently where we discovered that almost 7 million people within our service area were impacted by the fact that we had these 3 years of severe drought on the State Water Project and didn't have access to all of the storage within our system. And so this was part of the catalyst for us really thinking about how do we ensure that the decisions and the investments that we're making address the real climate risks that we face. So we, for a long time, have addressed drought cycles. As you all have, you've seen the ebb and flow of drought and water supply. We know that runoff patterns are shifting. We know that there's going to be longer and more frequent droughts. And we also know that impacts our power supply, which powers our water supply system. So seeing Lake Mead decrease the way it did also impacted our ability to use the power from Hoover Dam, which usually powers about 90% of our power needs for that system. So seeing the interplay of those risks related to climate change also made us realize that we need to address additional impacts besides just drought, which include all of the climate risks that you think about when you think about climate change from sort of a global perspective, but we're actually seeing it on the ground in our operations. So we're seeing wildfire around our facilities because of the increase in wildfire. We're seeing Flooding actually exposed some of our pipelines and infrastructure and impact our ability to reliably produce and convey water through those systems. We're seeing workforce impacts because of things like heat in our service area. So this plan that we're working on, what we call the Camp for Water, the Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, really will include all of these vulnerabilities so that we can start to plan investments to address as many of them as possible. So our board got together, and your designee to the Met Board, Director Abdo, has been incredibly involved in developing this plan and really highlighting the priorities of the board to not just be reliable, but to also be a resilient metropolitan. To think about our financial sustainability in the long term and to really embrace the affordability and understand the equity concerns with this. I think we all know that big investments are going to need to be made for the region, and it's really on all of us to ensure that the affordability concerns are addressed, because we know that, again, that we need to address our most vulnerable populations to ensure that everyone, that no one is left behind. So what is this Camp for Water? It's really a decision-making framework, a long-term planning tool where we will use evaluative criteria that includes things like climate impacts, resilience, equity, to make decisions informed by the best available science, including what projects we'll invest in, what programs we'll invest in, what policies we want to pursue, including legislative initiatives, and as Adele mentioned, really rethinking our business model to ensure it's good for the long term. So the plan itself, I would encourage anyone who's interested to take a look at our most recently published one-year progress report that lays out the evaluative criteria that we'll be using to look at projects. It also sets some time-bound targets. So I know the city of Santa Monica, you have some very ambitious targets when it comes to local water. So we are also setting targets around how much core supply do we think the region needs in a climate-changed environment, how much conservation do we think we need. And so we are setting these targets, and then our board will use this information to make investment decisions moving forward. So I think you may be aware that Metropolitan is looking at a large-scale water recycling project. We also have been in negotiations around Delta investments. We've also been engaged in conversations.
Hold on 1 minute. Excuse me, if I could ask everybody in the room to make sure your phone is silenced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Around groundwater investments. So all of these types of investments will be evaluated through this process, and ultimately our board will decide which ones are best for our member agencies, which are, you all are represented on that board. So I just wanted to kind of give you a big picture of how this planning process has worked. We kicked it off last February, so it's been a little bit over a year where we identified what are the board priorities, what do our member agencies need. Now we've been in this this second phase of really developing a decision-making framework of how we're going to decide which investments to make for the region. And then now we're about to move into this implementation phase where we'll all actually start to look at portfolios of projects to invest in. And I really want to mention that in addition to Director Abdo, that Sunny Wang has been incredibly involved in the implementation and thinking around this plan. We've developed a task force of both board members and member agencies to actually work together on developing this plan. So really focusing on being inclusive and transparent and methodical in the way that we're thinking about our adaptation planning process in a way that, again, is really modeled after this One Water approach that I know you all have embraced. So with that, I just thank you again for having us here today.
Thank you so much. We could hold applause, please.
I
Board
just
Member
wanted to
Abdo.
say that I have learned so much about water during this time that I have served the city. And my particular people who help me right now are Sunny Wang, and Mark Gold, who was on the environmental task force for 28 years? Yes. And taught me so much about water. And he has been on the Met Board before. He represented LA, but now he's, of course, a Santa Monica guy. And those are my two go-tos for everything that I need to know.
Board Member Abdo, you're the secretary of the MWD,
Now, I'm a vice chair.
vice chair, and you've been on the board since?
1996.
And when did you start your city service?
That's when I,
No, when
Oh,
you
when I-
started?
I was elected to the city council in 88.
So you've been helping for almost 40 years now?
Yes, Chris Reed said to
Wow.
me when I was leaving the council, you must take over the MWD position, and that's why
And
I'm
thank
on.
you for the work you've done. Our former mayor, Judy Abdo, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everyone can give her a hand. And we thank you for that report. It's much appreciated. Next item for agenda,
Yes, the next item is the commendation for Bob's Market.
and Vice Mayor Negretti. It's up to you.
I'm going to come down and invite one of Bob's sons and also Juana to come up if you'd like as well, and I'll read the commendation to you. But I just want to start off by saying for whether you live in Sunset Park or any corner of our city, Bob's Market has been a staple. The recent passing of Bob has been felt by everybody in the city of Santa Monica. But as somebody who's born and raised here and has been going to Bob's forever, who used to have a tab at the market and whose kids still go there today, we felt that this was really important today. There's a lot going on in our country and in our world, and it's the small things like this that bring joy to our faces. So I'm really happy to read this commendation. We adjourned our meeting, last meeting in your father's name, so we have this for you. And the commendation begins like this. Bob's Market, a cherished family business, has served as a cornerstone in Santa Monica community, recently celebrating its 45th anniversary. And whereas Bob's Market has provided a safe haven for countless children after school, offering not only snacks, but also opportunities for employment, fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment. And whereas the personal touch and unparalleled service provided by Bob's Market, including personalized butcher orders, delicious subs, and conveniently ready meals, has enriched the lives of generations of customers. And whereas Bob Rosenblum, the esteemed proprietor of Bob's Market, passed peacefully on April 5th, 2024, leaving behind an incredible mark on our community. And whereas Bob Rosenblum's unwavering dedication to supporting local children through schools and organizations such as the YWCA, PTA, Girl Scouts, the Education Foundation, and many more has left an enduring legacy of generosity and compassion. And whereas Bob Rosenblum's vision and commitment to meeting the needs of the community have ensured that Bob's Market remains a beacon of warmth and hospitality, standing as a true Santa Monica staple. Now, therefore, Mayor Phil Brock and the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of City Council, do hereby commend Bob's Market and celebrate a lifetime of service, family, and friendship, and embodied by Bob Rosenblum and the Bob's Market family, fostering the spirit of community that he so passionately embraced.
Thank you.
And this is for you. You can take a picture if you would like as well.
Sure.
Did you want to sign anything?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, just I like the shirt.
Okay. You can come take one of my also. Clearly a supporter. Did you want to take one? Is everybody there or no? We do one in the middle.
Sure, if you want.
Yeah.
Come on down, everyone. Let's take a picture. I'm so sorry. And throughout the community, it's rare to have a place that's so reflective.
Sorry for your loss.
And where are my beef ribs? You didn't bring me any ribs? What the hell? I was expecting here in half an hour or so. Yeah, yeah. I loved interviewing.
I saw that you posted that recently.
I reposted.
Yeah, reposted.
Yeah, and just to add something I just said to Bob's son a minute ago, it's rare to have a community treasure that in a market or a restaurant that everyone gravitates to, that everyone loves. It's the service, it's the welcoming attitude, it's the longtime employees at Bob's. It's the entire package that really has made Bob's beloved. And I had the opportunity to interview your father years ago for a Brock in Your Block episode, and that was a wonderful morning. And I republished it a couple of weeks ago to remind people about your father. So thank you so much. Okay.
So I'm going to open the floor for general public input at this time, but council suspended the rules so that we're going to hear 4 students from Samo High before we hear general public input, and then we'll proceed through public input. So I'm going to call the names of the 4 students, and if you could please line up against the wall. Arnaldo Panaguia, I'm sorry, I did that twice in 2 weeks. Millie Garcia, Jade Morales, and Melanie Salazar. And when you come up to the mic, if you could please announce what item you're speaking on, please.
You're missing one. Are you part of that?
Yes, I am. And your name? Can you just state your name when you come up? Justin, so, okay, that's Jocelyn, gotcha. Okay. Whoever, okay.
Honorable members of City Hall, my name is Jocelyn Salazar, student at Santa Monica High School and a proud member of Gala Latino. We want to share our gratitude once again for the Recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month as a holiday in our city last year. Thank you so much. We hope to work directly with the City Council next year to ensure the funds are directed to Legado Latino efficiently to celebrate the importance of this holiday. We want to express our sincere gratitude for the $5,000 that we hope will be granted to Legado Latino for our celebration, which is an outstanding contribution that will no doubt create a memorable and inclusive celebration for our students, but also our community. It will strengthen the bonds between our community. This year, the city has been generous enough to give us $1,000 more than last year. Legado Latino would like to ask for an additional $5,000 due to the increase of graduates this year to ensure we have enough funds for the stoles for our graduates and the other aspects of our graduations that is very special. This graduation is necessary because at a regular graduation, the ceremony is all English, while a Latino graduation is bilingual, giving our families, especially our elders, an opportunity to understand what is being said. This achievement gap persists. Celebrating Latino student achievement provides acknowledgement to a group of students that in many cases have overcome significant social obstacles to reach graduation. Next, Latino graduation provides an opportunity to include cultural elements that make the event more relevant for families, as this is how our city can promote educational achievement and at the same time celebrate our city's diversity. Fourth, Latino students comprise 58% of all public schools of students in California, and at Santa Monica High School, it's only 35%. As Dr. Meales says, it is important for my students to be aware of this diversity in our community and validate the richness of each culture. Thank you, City Council, for the support you have given us last year and hopefully this year in 2024. We are grateful for your support and for your continued support in making the Latino graduation possible at Samo High. We hope to continue to work with the city for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you.
Mr. Arnaldo?
Hi.
Customarily in Santa Monica City Hall, we don't clap out. If you really want to say something, you can go like this, happy hands, but for the most part, we'd prefer that you not clap after each speaker so we can keep moving. We have a lot of speakers. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, City Hall members. I'm Arnaldo Paniagua, a student at Santa Monica High School representing Legado Latino. We are very grateful for the funds you've considered, and we would greatly appreciate that if the funds are granted, are directed towards AME, the Association of Mexican American Educators, as done in the previous year. We request this because having the funds directed towards AME would ensure that we have direct access to cover the expenses required for ordering materials promptly before the May 1st deadline. Within these materials are included the stoles, which represent a rich Latino heritage. It highlights our Latino contribution to the community, school, and society in general, the importance of diversity in our community, and it provides a platform for Latino students to feel proud of our cultural roots. We emphasize this deadline as it is approaching us very quickly. We appreciate your consideration and time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Millie Garcia.
Good afternoon, members of City Hall. My name is Millie, and I'm a sophomore at Santa Monica High School, and I'm proud a member of Legado Latino. This club has provided me an environment where I feel safe and proud of my Mexican cultural heritage. This club has helped me overcome my self-doubt regarding my Latina roots and has really helped me feel more comfortable as someone who recently returned from Mexico back to the U.S. Overall, I want to express that I'm really thankful for the city's support towards our club. Your help is greatly appreciated, and we hope to continue working with the City of Santa Monica to promote inclusivity and growth for the students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jade Morales.
Hello, City Hall members. My name is Jade Morales, and I am a hardworking student, Mexican-American student, who is determined to accomplish my goals and dreams. I am so honored to be here in front of you all today as a member of Legado Latino. When I was 6 years old, my mom had a stroke. My father divorced, remarried, and left my life completely. In that moment, I thought my life was over. Growing up, I always felt lost, confused, and alone. Coming into high school, I joined Legado Latino and began to realize that I am not alone. Legado Latino has provided me with a safe place and a support system where I am able to speak my thoughts. But most importantly, it has given me a community where all voices are heard and appreciated. This club has helped me realize that I am capable of accomplishing anything, that I can succeed, that I can overcome any challenge, no matter how big or small. This club has a very special part of my life, as it has supported me in achieving my goals, combat my struggles, and embrace my culture. One way this club has supported me is through the university process. This club has provided me with resources and help to succeed in my application for college. I have been accepted into every single one of my universities. In this club, we discuss our culture, what it's like to be Mexican, American in the United States. I have learned so much about my Mexican heritage through this club. I have also been fortunate enough to help plan many of the Latino-related events that we host at Samo High. To further help Latino students like me to achieve their goals and feel included, I ask City Hall to continue to support Legado Latino and help us celebrate and share our beautiful culture with our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jade.
And next we have Melanie Salazar.
Hello, City Hall members. To close off for part of Legado Latino, I would like to reassure you that your support is much appreciated. The stalls mean a lot to the students, as they have worked very hard to earn them. Through our commitment and your support, we have made this club possible. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
We will
And-
now,
yes.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. We will now proceed with general public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. I'm going to call the first 5 names on the list, and if you could please line up against the wall. Dorothy Chapman, Victoria Best, Denise Barton, Gil Lieb, and Dee Morris.
And I could remind everyone is in the back standing up that you have to find a seat or go to overflow seating. Thank you very much. You cannot stand against the back wall. If there are seats, someone can raise their hand and offer them a seat, and you can sit at one of those open seats. And we'll hold for a minute.
Can we trade places? That's fine. Yes? That's fine. Just state your name when you, so I can get the record straight.
Thank you very much for sitting down. Okay, you can call the first speaker, clerk.
Okay, Victoria Best.
Victoria, you're up, please.
Good evening. I'm here to give you a framework for what my colleagues will say tonight in support of a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I represent Justice for Palestine LA. We're a group of social justice activists organized to advocate for freedom and justice for all in historical Palestine. This says 147. Is that how much I have left?
Yes.
8, that's half of our coordinating council, are Santa Monicans, and many of our active members are Jewish. Ceasefire resolutions have passed in more than 100 cities, including many in LA County, and have been endorsed by 600 rabbis, including Rabbi Aryeh Cohen, who also endorsed ours. This is an ongoing issue dating back to 1948 with the creation of Israel and the expulsion of the Palestinians. The resolution calls on our members of Congress to demand these 5 things: an immediate, permanent ceasefire, negotiated release of all Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, adherence to international law, which requires unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, resumption of U.S. funding to UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency, and that arms shipments to Israel be made conditional on compliance with U.S. and international law. Our resolution has been endorsed by Jewish Voice for Peace, Council on American Islamic Relations, West Side for Palestine, If Not Now, Code Pink, and Interfaith Communities United for Justice and Peace. Almost 350 Santa Monica residents signed our petition supporting this resolution, half of them mainly at the farmers markets in Santa Monica, and the rest at Move On and Code Pink online sites. I've given those to Nikki. People come to Santa Monica from all over the world. A large portion of the city's revenue comes from tourism. Many of those who were eager to sign our petition were visiting from other cities and countries. I believe in this instance, the City Council should address this international issue. Before October 7th, U.S. funding for arms to Israel was $3.8 billion per year, equal to $1.7 million coming from the city of Santa Monica. Since then, the amount has grown dramatically. Our members of Congress have been unresponsive. Here in Santa Monica, we might make our voices heard, and we ask that the city join over 100 other U.S. cities.
Thank you very much.
Declaring its support for changing U.S. policy.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Dorothy Chapman.
Good afternoon, Dorothy Chapman, 36-year resident of Santa Monica. On day 100 of Israel's assault on Gaza, it had dropped over 65,000 tons of explosives on densely populated multi-generational neighborhoods of 2.2 million people, half of whom are children. Those weapons are being supplied by the United States of America. This is day 199. One 2,000-pound bomb generates an 8,500-degree fireball. It gouges a 20-foot crater as it displaces 10,000 pounds of dirt and rock. It generates enough wind to knock down walls blocks away, and it hurls metal fragments a mile or more. You can imagine what that would do to your neighborhood. The current genocide is being live streamed to the world. We can't say we didn't know. It is our moral responsibility to demand that our government stop supplying the weapons, stop enforcing the starvation, stop the terror being inflicted on civilian men, women, and children of Palestine. We ask the City Council to join our call for a permanent ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chapman.
Denise Barton.
Good evening. Please allow me to begin by saying thank you to the council members who joined in at the Santa Monica Coalition's protest against needle distribution in the city's parks on April 16, 2024 at Reed Park. Also, your personal comments were very touching. I'd also like to take this moment to express my appreciation to council members Negrete, Parra, De La Torre, and Mayor Brock for voting for the resolution objecting to the County of Los Angeles' implementation of the Clean Needle Distribution Program in the city of Santa Monica. And thank you for seeing that if you don't distribute needles and other paraphernalia, it should reduce the number of addicts and drug dealers that go along with them in our city. And finally, thank you for showing you care about the community and the people in it. In comparison, I hope everyone remembers Council Members Davis, Zwick, and Torosis represent the addicts and the drug dealers by their votes against the resolution objecting to the County of Los Angeles implementation of the Clean Needle Distribution Program in Santa Monica parks. So their social environment hopefully will be a little harder now. I also hope everyone keeps in mind that council members Davis, Zwick, and Torosis are all SMER-endorsed candidates. So obviously, SMER is against law and order. Please remember this for any SMER-endorsed candidates in the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Gil Lee.
I'm Gil Deeb. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for over 20 years, and I'm with Justice for Palestine also. The Washington Post has a slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness." We have made 100 military sales to Israel since October 7th, all done in secret, with no public debate and without congressional approval. Israel has ignored President Biden, the ICJ, and world opinion by continuing to target innocent civilians, mostly women and children, with impunity. Our taxes are paying for this and making us complicit in war crimes and genocide as defined by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and numerous other human rights organizations. Under the Arms and Export Control Act, the President must consult with Congress on sending weapons of war to other countries. The Leahy Law prohibits military aid and training to foreign entities guilty of gross human rights abuses. Armed Israeli soldiers and settlers in the West Bank have been terrorizing and killing Palestinian villagers while IDF soldiers stand by and do nothing. Israel's unprovoked bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria April 1st killed several senior officers, ensured a retaliation by Iran, and now risks a larger regional war which could involve the United States. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., when he courageously spoke out against the Vietnam War, pointed out that the bombs in Vietnam explode at home. When billions of dollars are devoted to war, urgent domestic needs go unmet. After 75 years of increasingly violent conflicts between the Israelis and the Palestinians, it is clear that there is no military solution to this war. The first step toward ending it is an immediate permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
D. Morris, and Mr. Morris, before you get started, I'm going to call 5 more names. Roberta, S.D. Chandler, Cynthia Anderson, Suzanne Thompson, and Jerry Rubin. You may proceed.
I'd like to know when staff is going to come back before the City Council and the residents with their response to the Housing Commission's Affordable Home Ownership Program report, as they were directed by Council 7 months ago. On that day, Mayor Phil Brock stated that the Housing Commission report had started a fire. I spoke to Mayor Brock asking what had become of the staff report, and he stated he would contact David White concerning the matter. I've since sent 2 emails to follow up with Mayor Brock, but have received no response. This program falls within the city's stated goal of creating equity and inclusion and stabilizing housing, which are a part of the foundation and the pillars of the city. Everyone knows that homeownership is the best form of rent control and housing stability. Affordable home ownership programs have reaped great success across the nation, yet Santa Monica's so-called progressive leadership, the city manager David White, and city staff have no desire to implement any such program. It appears that you have purposely extinguished this fire without the residents' knowledge or consent. The mere fact that the staff was directed by council to return with the report to the council and the general public, and has purposely not done so, is a sign of blatant corrupt behavior. This is not the first time that the city manager and staff have killed city council directions. To return with reports to the council so the council can address city business and vote on issues for the residents, but rather this is a way of doing business here in Santa Monica. It is imperative that the low-income home ownership program be created in Santa Monica.
Thank you very much.
Next is Roberta.
Hello, my name is Roberta Fry. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Santa Monica. At its March meeting, our board voted unanimously to urge the City Council to adopt a resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I've given copies to the Secretary to distribute to you. The cover letter accompanying the proposed resolution follows. Dear Council members, due to the worsening humanitarian disaster in Gaza, we write with an urgent request that Santa Monica join cities in California and nationwide in adopting a local resolution addressing the crisis. A resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire, the release of hostages and Palestinian prisoners, and an immediate increase in aid to the suffering will help to raise awareness locally and will join a growing chorus of municipalities demanding that Congress and the Biden administration act more decisively to stop the ongoing catastrophe. Such a resolution is also an opportunity to affirm the human rights and dignity of all people, regardless of national origin or religious identity, and to condemn acts of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in our own community. As Unitarian Universalists, we share a belief in the inherent worth and dignity of every human being. Our congregation has a long history of supporting human rights and social justice in Santa Monica and beyond. We join with other people of faith and conscience now in calling for our elected leaders to address this unprecedented crisis and support the cause of peace and justice. A proposed resolution similar to what has been adopted in other California cities will be given to you with the cover letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
SD Chandler?
I'm with Jewish Voice for Peace. Ceasefire resolutions are far more than symbolic exercises. They recognize that we as citizens have personal and civic stakes in events that take place around the world. I'm the proud Jewish American daughter of an Israeli father with a very large family in Israel. My grandfather fled the pogroms in Ukraine, and lured by political Zionism, he went to Palestine. There's an insidious effort to conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism to confuse and frighten people from speaking out against the movement's decades-long oppression of Palestinians enforced by the Israeli government. The conflation may be used here tonight for the same purpose. But anti-Semitism is discrimination, violence, and dehumanizing stereotypes directed against Jews because they are Jewish. Zionism is an over 100-year-long project of establishing and developing a state of, by, and for Jews only in historic Palestine at the expense of indigenous Palestinians through settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. Being anti-Zionist isn't new or anti-Semitic. It's opposing the political ideology that called for the expulsion of indigenous Palestinians from their land and homes in 1948 and to maim, kill, and starve them today. The death toll in these 200 days is unprecedented and stands at over 34,200, with at least 72% being children and women. Over 77,000 have been injured and over 7,000 remain missing under the rubble. Over 90% of the population has been internally displaced. According to the World Health Organization, the population of Gaza is starving to death. This is a genocide. Many of us here are asking you to join the nationwide effort to save every human life possible by passing a resolution to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. History has her eyes on all of us. We will all be confronted with the question of what we did to stop this genocide and when we did it. Never again is now. Please agendize a ceasefire resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cynthia Anderson Barker.
My name is Cynthia Anderson Barker, and I'm on the advisory board of the National Lawyers Guild. I don't have prepared remarks tonight, but I've been asked by many of the organizers to talk about some additional community organizations that are supporting the resolution. Santa Monica College Students for Justice in Palestine, Union del Barrio. Rabbi Aria Cohen called me a number of times. He couldn't be here tonight, but he will be at the next meeting once you agendize a ceasefire resolution, please. And then also the Screen Actors Guild for a ceasefire. Black Lives Matter, the organizer, contacted me today. Their whole group is in Sacramento lobbying around health care. They would have been here tonight. They're very active on this issue. And then, of course, CARE, and then an organization called Standing Together. So I mention all these groups because we have an amazing movement out on the streets in buildings like these. There's overflow in the other room. And it has to be recognized that this movement needs to be heard. And we would like this city council to join 100 other public entities across the United States and be part of that movement and that voice for the folks in Palestine who are the victims of a major genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking.
Suzanne Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am a resident of Santa Monica, and I'm also president of the Arts and Cultural Bridge Foundation, which is located here in Santa Monica. And my friend Elliot Gould wasn't able to come tonight, but he wanted to make sure that this letter got read, which was a response to, in support of the director Jonathan Glazer's zone of interest, who was attacked by his Oscar speech. And I'm just going to read part of the letter, and I have the letter and the signatures that were up till, I have here up till April 10th, and I'm sure there's more. There's nearly 1,000. And I'd like to say, the letter, part of the letter says, "We are proud Jews who denounce the weaponization of Jewish identity and the memory of the Holocaust to justify what many experts in international law, including leading Holocaust scholars, have identified as genocide in the making. We reject the false choice between Jewish safety and Palestinian freedom. We stand with all those calling for a permanent ceasefire, including the safe return of all hostages and the immediate delivery of aid into Gaza, and an end to Israel's ongoing bombardment of the siege on Gaza. And we honor the memory of the Holocaust by saying, never again to anyone." Santa Monica has been a city that I've been proud to be in and worked with, and on the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee, you've been supportive of our work. And I was shocked that this has not been agendized. I mean, really, how can you tell your children that you sat there and did nothing, not even take a vote? There really is no reason for that. And we are the people coming to you, our representatives.
Thank you very much.
Jerry Rubin. And Mr. Rubin, before you get started, I'm going to call a few more names. Susan Ildelna, Linda Clark, Gassan Corey, Pamela Irwin, and Emily D. You may proceed, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Jerry Rubin. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm just speaking for myself. Honorable Mayor Brock, Honorable Vice Mayor Negretti, Honorable Council members, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, Police and Fire, and fellow Santa Monicans. I want to wish everyone a happy Earth Day, since they say Earth Day is every day. It was officially yesterday, but it's today too, and tomorrow. I want to thank Mayor Brock. I want to thank our former Mayor Judy Abdo and Pam O'Connor for honorably participating in our Earth Day tree hugging gathering yesterday at the wonderful landmark Morton Bay Fig Tree at the Miramar Hotel. And I want to thank the Blue Bus for giving us a whole bunch of these little earth balls. Their theme is Ride Green and Go Blue. And we can do everything we can with water, with alternative transportation, planting more trees. I want to thank our Urban Forest Task Force, our Environmental Commission, and I want to particularly invite everybody to the Arbor Day 2024 event that Mayor Brock was talking about at our event yesterday. It'll take place at the Airport Dog Park on Thursday, April 25th at 9 a.m. They're going to be planting about 7 trees. And then in future dates, they're going to be giving away more trees at the Santa Monica Library in Douglas Park. So again, thank you very, very much for helping to make this city a tremendous city. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make one correction. It'll be 9:30 on Thursday morning. Thank you so much.
Susan Adelman, I'm sorry.
My name is Susan Edelman. I've lived in Santa Monica for 30 years. I went to Gaza in 2009 with a delegation from Code Pink. Shortly after Operation Cast Lead, I was horrified that there was almost no coverage of that military operation in the United States press and felt that someone had to witness, I returned believing that I had witnessed ethnic cleansing. At sundown today and yesterday, Jews around the world will gather to celebrate Passover. It has always been my favorite holiday, retelling as it does the story of freedom from slavery. This year, the first night of Passover may have been the saddest day of my life. I was born in 1946. My whole adult life, I have worked to make this world better, more just, more peaceful. Today, the Israeli government is committing unconscionable crimes against the people of Gaza in my name. The Palestinians have become the Jews. How can we make it stop? There is a solution. The world, the whole world, must turn toward peace. Nations and peoples must turn away from economies based on being in a state of permanent war, because violence will never bring peace. The process will be long and complex, but we must start now. We must embrace nonviolence and nonviolent direct action. It will be painful. The violence will not stop simply because we who demand peace and justice and equity are nonviolent. We must be resolute, though we and our allies will be attacked and some will die. Ceasefire.
Thank you very much.
Next is Linda Clark.
Thank you very much.
Hi there, remember me? I was here last time. I'm the one that inexplicably is not getting my Airbnb license renewed. And I've been having a license since 2017, and it isn't because I haven't done enough begging. I have been unable to renew my permit, which I think would have been grandfathered in any other city in the country. But I have not been grandfathered, and so I guess you're going to be seeing my happy face here for a while till I get my permit. So, you know, welcome, friends. And as evidently my pleas have fallen on kind of deaf ears because I haven't been able to get one appointment, not an appointment with City Manager David White or with the mayor, and I don't understand this. And I have had a plethora of phone calls and emails over the last year and a half trying to get an appointment. I mean, come on. Even a baby only takes 9 months. That's like 2 babies, okay? So I have unfairly been asking to have my permit renewed, which has been unfairly done. And you have bankrupted one of my only sources of income in one fell swoop. But I am not alone. Statistically, 70% of the seniors can't make it on their meager Social Security benefits. And 49% of the seniors are looking for jobs in other areas to feed themselves. This is unconscionable. So to them, you're kind of like the Grinch that stole Christmas, I'm sorry to say. No government should have been given that much draconian power to destroy people's lives and condemn them to poverty and put them on the street and terrorize them with the threat of foreclosure. I am relying on your decency and humanity to choose compassion above overly broad draconian rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Ghassan Khoury.
Mayor Brock, respected members of City Council, and guests, today I stand before you not only as a local Palestinian American physician, but also as an artist and a gardening educator for children at local community center. The ongoing tragedy in Gaza urges us to recognize our common humanity. While we enjoy peaceful days in Santa Monica, our brothers and sisters in Gaza face unimaginable challenges. The death of over 14,000 innocent Palestinian children and nearly 500 healthcare workers, some of which I trained with, underscore the indiscriminate cruelty of violence. Today, we have a chance to make our voices echo with solidarity, reaching the hearts of every Palestinian with the assurance of our support and the respect of their humanity. As guardians of a city known of its commitment to human dignity, let's support a ceasefire resolution as the first step towards justice. As I teach Santa Monica children to nurture seeds of life, the children of Gaza are witnessing seeds of trauma and devastation. We should all be haunted by the thoughts of all the innocents lost there. By passing a ceasefire, we can dispel the darkness of war and guide the way with light and compassion. Ceasefire in Gaza. End violence. Let justice prevail. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir.
Pamela Irwin.
As you all listen to everyone in support of the ceasefire resolution and hear the personal stories, I want you to ponder on this poem called Think of Others by the late Mahmoud Darwish, Palestinian poet and author. As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget the pigeon's food. As you conduct your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who seek peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home, to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself in metaphor, think of others, those who have lost the right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself and say, if only I were a candle in the dark. And as we all stand here today on Indigenous Tongva and Chumash land, I, as a Santa Monica resident, as a U.S. taxpayer, as an American citizen, as a Native Hawaiian, born and raised in the internationally recognized Hawaiian Kingdom, as a nurse, as an actor, as a human being of conscience who believes in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and who believes that we are all global citizens of the world, I ask that you think about everything that everyone has to say in support of a ceasefire resolution and have the courage and the clarity and the humanity to be the candle in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Emily D. And before you get started, you can come up to the mic, but I'm going to call a few more names, please. Simon Fenn, Thea Krismonic, Ellie Levy, Wayne Johnson, and Noah Albrecht. You may proceed.
I am Palestinian American. I got married at St. Monica's Church. Father Turgeson stated during our ceremony how the presence of my family was a blessing in the city of Santa Monica because we are the descendants of the oldest Christians in the world. Both my sons were born at St. John's. My kids and their dad play basketball at Santa Monica Parks with people like Woody Harrelson, Don Cheadle. But sadly, if I would have just said, I am Palestinian, most people would have equated me with Hamas. I lost 12 relatives since October. Some died in the Greek Orthodox Church bombing in the Gaza, including 6 months old Joelle. She was baptized at the church that Israel bombed, and she got killed and died there. She died at the church. Last week, the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza went from 300 to 200 people, all of them leaving or getting killed because Netanyahu wants a condo overlooking the Mediterranean. 3 churches in Gaza getting attacked is not self-defense, it's ethnic cleansing. My friend Mahran sent me a photo of his house that was bombed. I thought it was his older brother in the photo. I didn't recognize him because he lost 26 kilograms, not pounds, kilograms. He looked frail. He has taken refuge in the Catholic Church with his disabled mother and father who needs medicine at the moment. I have vowed to help them. The rest that are there to survive. I'm here to beg for their life, asking you to call for an immediate permanent ceasefire.
I'm not the only community member here in Santa Monica.
Thank you very much. Please refrain from clapping.
Simon Finn. Simon Finn.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for this forum, for allowing us to speak with you today. There's many ways to try to influence opinions, whether it's with language that can be relatable or language that can be hard to hear. Regardless, I think we can see here that there is an open wound, not only abroad but in this community. And this resolution would be not so much a matter of taking sides, but reducing sides, closing a wound that is causing a lot of pain, a lot of division within this community. And it would not be completely naive to say that closing this wound is a priority for reducing sides, because there is hope for peace. I mentioned that I'm a member of LA's support group for Staying Together, which is an Israeli movement of Palestinians and Israelis working together for peace. In our LA chapter, we have Palestinians and Israelis both working daily as part of our group, and we're one of many around the world. And this is a growing grassroots movement that is a realistic hope for peace between these people. So this is a time where it's not just about, okay, we end this war, but there'll be another one. There is change happening. And so I hope that can consider, for the sake of the divisions, not only around the world, but in this community and the people who are hurting here, that a resolution can go towards healing and closing this wound. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thea Charismatic.
Good evening. My name is Thea Charismatic. I'm here as a member of If Not Now, a movement of American Jews organizing our community to support a thriving future for all, including Israelis, Palestinians, and Jews around the world. I was raised to believe that the Holocaust was an atrocity that must never be repeated, that will never be repeated. We say chas v'shalom, which means compassion and peace, and never again. Yet here we are, witnessing a genocide. The most televised and widely documented mass murder that the world has ever seen. How could this happen? We cannot be silent while the civilians, aid workers, journalists, Gaza, and all of Palestine cry out for help. I stand before you today as a Jewish person, a resident of Santa Monica, a healthcare worker, and an active constituent, because my conscience is in agony. Councilmen and women, I implore you to agendize and unequivocally support this ceasefire resolution. Throughout this genocide, I've heard people claim that supporting Israel unquestionably is the only way to support the Jewish community. Supporting a ceasefire, acknowledging the inalienable human rights of Palestinians, and even outright supporting the existence of Palestine does not make one anti-Semitic. It resonates with the obligation that we as Jews inherited to speak out against genocide and ethnic cleansing in all forms, especially those being committed in the name of our cherished ethnicity, and for some, faith. Chas v'shalom indeed. I invite all of you, on behalf of the city of Santa Monica, to recognize Gazans as equal in their humanity and inherent right to exist. Take this small but meaningful step to act with humanity. To everyone in this room, elected officials, staff, constituents, security, allies, observers, I leave you with the ever-prescient prose of Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "Be true to what you say you are on paper. What will it be?"
Next is
Thank you very much.
Ellie Levy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eli Levy. I am a Jewish Israeli who is horrified beyond words by Israel's latest and bloody paroxysm of revenge and embarrassment of what happened on October 7th. An exercise of collective punishment and ethnic cleansing through and through without the slightest attenuated nexus to self-defense. Supporting or not supporting the ceasefire resolution says just as much about each and every one of you as it does about ending the co-genocidal war that our federal branches have waged on the collective Palestinian. I've discerned at least 3 very overlapping classes of people who find genocide and apartheid to be, shall we say, quote, politically complicated, unsettling. The first subsumes your garden variety of racists, the unabashed and crypto ones, as well as the ones who delude themselves into believing that they are not racist, though we all know they are. The second class comprises of people who are so ideologically circumscribed that they can't muster the thought of advancing a resolution that could even be remotely seen as leftist or left adjacent. The third class are simply people who share the moral IQ of a degenerate and murderous psychopath. Now, it is not parenthetical that all the members of the aforementioned groups, save the psychopaths, would not hesitate, not even for a second, to advance such a resolution if their own children were subjected for mass slaughter, if their own children were subjected to mass slaughter or engineered starvation. I'd like to think that none of you belong to the aforementioned classes. I hope you prove me right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wayne Johnson.
Just minutes ago, the Senate passed a multi-billion-dollar aid package for Israel.
Can we please hold that?
57 years ago, I stood at the back of the room where I was allowed to stand at Riverside Memorial Church in New York City to listen to Dr. Martin Luther King give his address against the Vietnam War. That makes me an old guy, but I was there. Dr. King said that night in summary, quote, "Once to every man and nation comes a moment to decide." It looks to me like this is our moment to decide. On October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel in what was a tragedy and a travesty. But that did not give the Israeli government the right to commit genocide, the right to bomb children. All over America, from Columbia to Cal Poly Humboldt, students are encamping to protest this genocide. Let's follow the students' lead. Let's follow the students' courage. Let's follow the wildfire they are setting all across the country and pass ceasefire now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Noah Albrecht. And before you get started, I'm going to call some more names.
You can come up to the mic, though.
Mariah, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to get this right. Sharari. Rima Abu Isa. Leslie Shahari. Max Deeger, and Jacob Roberts. You may proceed.
Good evening, City Council. We are here today as graduate students to speak about communal support for harm reduction and indoor supervised consumption centers in the city of Santa Monica. We are here on behalf of our policy and advocacy class with Dr. Kelvin Driscoll. We call on the city of Santa Monica to spearhead the creation of a community center for the unhoused, doubling as a harm reduction center. Supervised consumption center facilities would be a safe space for individuals to not only have access to use supplies, but also get connected to housing resources, counseling services, medical treatment, substance use disorder services, and any additional social services that they may need help accessing or navigating. It is crucial to understand that harm reduction is an internationally recognized evidence-based approach focused on client-first treatment for substance-using individuals. Harm reduction has the potential to move these individuals towards positive change and health promotion. The purpose of SCCs are not only for people to use substances safely, but to create and foster a sense of community for individuals who feel alone. Supervised consumption centers are valuable resources for substance users, but also for their communities. Sites for the disposal of needles and syringes mean cleaner parks and safer public spaces for residents and visitors alike. The National Harm Reduction Coalition has demonstrated that the widespread availability of needle exchange programs correlates with reduced rates of HIV and hepatitis C transmission. These diseases can spread through means beyond needle sharing. Supervised consumption centers do require an initial investment. However, the Department of Public Health press releases have shown them to save major cities like Santa Monica millions of dollars every year in crime, cleanup, treatment, and incarceration costs. Further, there's been no evidence to substantiate the claims that the introduction of more supervised consumption centers will encourage drug use or bring more crime into the area. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Mariah Shahari? And I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Shahriari, thank you. Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and I want to know what any of us are doing. What are you doing at your jobs? What are we doing here? What are we doing getting up every morning when we have the power to stop the murder of thousands of people? And we're not doing it. We sat here and we heard about the high school students. In Gaza, there's no more high schools. Nobody's gone to school for months. You commended the owner of Bob's Market. I'm sure he's a great person. They don't have time to commend a single person. They're dying by the thousands every day. And every single thing matters. You could save lives or you could be on the side of genocide. And if you issue a formal apology from the city of Santa Monica in a few years, what will that do? It will be such an embarrassment and such a shame. It's a crime. We are paying to murder children. Most tragedies, we have no control. When there's a tsunami in Japan, we sit here helpless. We're not helpless. We're paying for this. And you are elected or placed members of government, and you have more power than most of us sitting here. And you've sat here for 190 days, and you haven't used your power or your voice, have you? None of you have spoken up and said, as an official for the government in the city of Santa Monica, I will not stand by while children are murdered, and grown-ups, and elders. And you're all staring at me. I can't even tell if you care that 40,000 people are dead while you came to work every day and didn't ask for a resolution, didn't ever put it forward. I'm ashamed. I've grown up here. And my family's from the Middle East. I'm not here because I'm Middle Eastern. I don't care more about Palestinians because I share the same culture and religion as them. I'm here because I'm a human being. And right now I am involuntarily.
Next is, I'm sorry, Rima Abu Isa.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rima Abu Isa Theory. I am a mother of 4. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 15 years, and I'm a Palestinian American. I love the city of Santa Monica. I love being part of this community, and I would like to prove to my children that Santa Monica also cares about them, cares about us as Palestinians, cares about the experience that we're going through, cares about our family members, cares about 40,000 dead Palestinians. I'm demanding a permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Leslie Shahari. Leslie? Leslie Shahari. All right, we'll proceed to the next name. Max Deeger.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Max Deeger. I'm a public educator, a resident of Santa Monica, and a Jew. I'm here, like many other people today, to urge the City Council to pass an immediate ceasefire resolution in the name of the Palestinian people. Just like the land that we occupy has been brutally dispossessed from the Tongva and Chumash peoples over the past several centuries, so has the land and the resources of Palestine been brutally dispossessed from its people over the past 75 years by the Israeli occupation with the aid of the US government and all of our tax dollars. Over the past 6 months, we've witnessed the occupation utilize the most brutal colonial tactics in order to continue its occupation of the Gaza Strip. Collective punishment in the form of mass starvation, state-sanctioned murder, destruction of vital infrastructure, and destruction of educational institutions. As a city with one of the most visible public profiles in Southern California, we have a responsibility to utilize our collective voice to voice our outrage at what's going on in Palestine and pass a ceasefire resolution. I'm also calling on the City Council to order an audit so that you can divest all public resources, funds, and contracts from corporations that proliferate and profit from the genocide in Gaza. Specifically, those corporations named in the BDS boycott, divestment, sanction list. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jacob Roberts. And before you get started, Mr. Roberts, I'm going to call a few more names. Sammy E., John Medlin, Majed Harb, Lila Liamtube, and David Hoffman. You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Jacob Roberts. I, like many of the people here, am a proud Jew, and I'm rising to call for a permanent ceasefire and for you to adopt a resolution supporting a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I ask, what is the rationale or the justification for not agendizing this item? Is it that it's not a matter of relevance to the people of Santa Monica? That could not be further from the truth. Just a few days ago, the people of Santa Monica filed their taxes. Just minutes ago, the Senate passed a package, an aid package, that will send bombs to Israel. Bombs that will soon be raining down on the people of Gaza and indiscriminately killing them, destroying their civilian infrastructure, their health infrastructure. So many other municipalities have taken a stand on this issue. Atlanta, Chicago, Dayton, Detroit, Minneapolis, Providence, Sacramento, Seattle, St. Paul, St. Louis, San Francisco, Toledo, over 15 other municipalities in California alone. Where does the city of Santa Monica stand? Where do you stand? Is it the easiest path not to agendize this issue? It may be easy, but it is not right. Silence is complicity. I cannot remain silent, and you must not remain silent.
Thank you very much.
Sammy E.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay. So I read the permanent ceasefire resolution before I showed up here. I don't have much to say. I want it on the agenda as soon as possible. Personally, I think we need to live in a society where anti-Semitism should just be Judeophobia. Just call it for what it is, but that's a whole different subject. I don't really have much else to say that people haven't been saying for the last 6 months. This isn't like some, niche issue. It's really easy to find. Less people are watching news on TV. You can go anywhere and find everything that's happening, and it's all wrong. And I can tell you right now, I've been just listening to their comments here. I've been to plenty of protests. I run my yarmulke at it. The only people that want to hurt me are pro-Israeli, conservative, Zionist Jews. Everybody else likes it, and so all this about Israel keeps Jews safe, it's quite the opposite. I'm tired of it, and I can tell you right now, just like any colonial settler project or just land grabbing, this is all about money. That's all it's ever been, including the formation of this country right here. So it's really in our best interest for Santa Monica, just do it. They know the money being taxed is going to fund UNRWA and not going to the military. You could tell any people that aren't actively boycotting, if you ask them on the street, how do you feel? They'd say, yeah, I'd rather my money not go to bomb people that aren't doing anything. This place is expensive anyway. Like, I've worked here, I park here, and this is just, this whole issue is reinforced why I don't need to be an active participant in the consumer economy. And I can tell you right now, if this thing doesn't get passed or gets ignored, I'm not going to come back here. I'm not going to come here out of fun. I'm not going to pay for parking, and I don't need to. None of us here have to. There's plenty of things we can do with our lives besides spending money at Santa Monica or living here, you know.
Thank you very much.
John Medlin.
Mr. Mayor and council members, great to be here in the United States of America in Santa Monica, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. I'm a 27-year resident of Santa Monica and nearly an 8-decade human American. What is the number one duty, the first priority of all governments? Have you heard me say before? Public safety. 54 years ago, I worked with refugees who didn't have public safety. They did not survive. Okay? That's the other thing we want to talk about is why do we keep spending money to not have district voting? Over $10 million has been spent to keep that out. Why don't we bring democracy to the people? Let's start doing that. I want to thank all those members of City Council who voted to prohibit the needles being exchanged in our parks. It's a travesty. The other thing, let's see. You know, $40 million we spent on homeless last few years ago, we still haven't gotten an audit proper. State of California, $24 billion spent over 5 years, cannot even provide an audit. Now, tonight we have a very big audience here. You guys have a great profile. You have a great issue. However, when those of you did not stand for our flag, for our allegiance, your country, shame on you. Shame on you. This is the United States of America. Thank you.
We love to kill people. Thank you, sir. Majed Harb. Majed Harb. Majed Harb. Okay. Layla Yamtu.
Hi, my name is Lila Yomtube. I'm here to urge you to put a permanent ceasefire resolution on the agenda. I'm a stakeholder in the city of Santa Monica. My family has proudly owned and operated a rent control apartment building for the last 40 years. I'm also an Iranian-American Jew who was raised Zionist. And over the last 35 years of my life, I've been reprogramming myself from the lies and half-truths I was taught about Palestinian and Muslim people. While many Americans understand the importance of human rights, many are misinformed or uninformed about the history of Palestine. It is important for every municipality to stand in solidarity against the horrifying genocide occurring in Palestine. Standing up and speaking up is the only way we can peacefully effect change. So once again, I'm here to urge you to stand up for justice and put a permanent ceasefire resolution on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
David Hoffman. And before you get started, Mr. Hoffman, I'm going to call a few more names. Mary Wheeler, People of California. Manali Kusuvi, sorry. Adia Mohanty and Seth Reed. You may proceed.
Yeah, so this is a solution for the Middle East. It's called the Oasis Plan. And the idea is to get all countries collaborating together, especially in the Middle East, for collaboration and economic development. The Oasis Plan is canals from the Mediterranean to the Dead Sea to the Red Sea, with nuclear power desalination plants lining the canals to create the fresh water to turn the whole region green with vegetation instead of red with blood. And raising the standard of life for every individual in the whole region. So that's the answer, is collaboration for economic development, peace through development. Now, a good example of countries collaborating together is the BRICS. They were just joined at their last summit by 5 new countries, and guess what? They're all in the Middle East. Egypt and Ethiopia and Saudi Arabia and Iran, who used to be enemies, are now friends in the UAE. And we could easily get these countries together for a development plan. And guess what? This coming summit for this BRICS is going to be joined by 30 or 40 new countries. So this is obviously the new trend in the world, where more and more nations are getting on board to collaborate for economic development. So we got to get the United States to give up its belligerence and join these nations for collaboration and development. Now, the Senate just passed a bill for $100 billion for weapons of mass destruction, and we got to get that money back and spend it instead for peace through development. So I want to give each one of the members.
Thank you very much, sir. You can give anything to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Amari Wheeler. Amari Wheeler, I'm sorry.
Amari?
You can be there. All right, the next speaker is People of California.
Good evening, Council. I actually need to split my time today because I thought this was going to be on the agenda, but we failed to make it to the agenda, so I have to speak to it anyway, but I also would like to speak on behalf of Linda Clark and her issue. I'll start with this issue, the need for a ceasefire resolution. City of Chicago has passed one. There's places elsewhere that are working on them. We need to be leaders, not followers, so this is something that the City of Santa Monica should come out with immediately. They say that the first casualty in war is always the truth, and the war against Palestinians goes back at least till 1917 with the Balfour Declaration, when Zionist terrorists began attacking and pushing Palestinians off of their land and basically stealing and implementing their ethno-supremacist culture, which is unacceptable. It's not something we appreciate amongst, German Nazis. Currently, I think Ukrainian Nazis are in vogue, but it's not something we should be supporting as a council. And of course, Joe Biden sent them billions of dollars to help continue the genocide. The claims of mass rapes have been debunked. I would encourage you to go to the Gray Zone to get the statistics on that and the facts. They've done a great work breaking all that down. Also, ifamericansknew.info has great information on so you can see the body count. It's ridiculous. It's totally lopsided, and if you listen to American media, you'd think it was all in one side, and then the wrong side, in fact. Anyway, I'm going to say, please help Linda Clark stay in Santa Monica. The rules are overbroad, not narrowly tailored.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Maneli Kikosu. I'm sorry for Maneli Kavusi. Okay, Adia Mohanty.
Good evening. My name is Adya, and I've lived in Santa Monica my whole life. I went to Grant Elementary School, John Adams Middle School, and then Santa Monica High School. I would strongly urge the City Council to vote on and pass the permanent ceasefire resolution submitted by Justice for Palestine and endorsed by hundreds of Santa Monicans so far. A few months ago, I was watching a video of a young Palestinian middle schooler who loves musical theater, just like I did in middle school. She was posting her singing and acting videos on Instagram and dreaming of one day performing on big stages. I soon found out that she was killed in an Israeli airstrike funded by the United States and our tax dollars. This young girl and over 14,000 children have now been killed in Gaza, their lives and dreams ripped away from them. Over 34,000 people in total have been killed in Gaza, and the UN has warned that over 1 million people in Gaza face the threat of starvation and death due to disease without immediate, unrestricted humanitarian aid. The International Court of Justice has ruled it is plausible Israel is committing genocide, and many human rights organizations and UN experts have named this a genocide of Palestinian people. This mass atrocity is not the way to peace or safety for anyone. I'm speaking as a Santa Monican that believes in basic human rights and liberty and the unequivocal and unconditional right to life for all human beings, no matter where you live, the color of your skin, or the faith that you practice. I wish this for all Palestinian and all Israeli people: a permanent ceasefire, unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid, an end to U.S. military aid to Israel, release of Israeli hostages, and release of Palestinian prisoners is the only way to justice and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Seth Reed. And before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Jason Massbaum, Jonathan Foster, Helen Sklar, Fairhay, and Mike Jones. You may proceed.
Thanks. Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I teach elementary school. I had a whole thing I was going to read about horrible stuff. I mean, they just found a mass grave of 200 people in the Al-Shifa hospital, many of them wearing scrubs. The corpses were, a woman was killed and her baby was miraculously saved as it was cut out of her body in Gaza. You had a person from Santa Monica here telling you that their child's relative is dead in Gaza. I could list stuff all day. I don't think it's relevant if you haven't made a decision yet based on what you've already heard. Instead, I guess I just want to say a few things about the fact that when I teach elementary school, we go over things like Native American history. And I remember when I was a kid, we'd learn about great injustices, and I'd kind of think about, what would it be like to live there, What if I was alive during segregation? What if I had a small government role when the U.S. was massacring Native Americans? What if I was the equivalent of a city council member during that time? If I spoke up, I'd probably lose my job. And it'd be complicated. It'd be a complex issue that people would be angry at me about if I talked about it. Same thing if I had that same kind of job during segregation or Jim Crow. People wouldn't be like, yay, we love you, I'm so glad you're against segregation. They'd be like, we hate you, you're a jerk, you lose your job. So, you know what's happening is terrible. You know you have a small amount of power. I have a small amount of power. I try to boycott. I try to tell kids about the truth. You have more power than I do, so I hope that you realize you're alive during one of those times right now and you have some power, and I hope you use it.
Thank you very much, sir. Will people in the back of the room please be quiet while other people are speaking? Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Jason Massbaum.
Hi, I submitted a video.
You did.
Just to make sure it also has audio.
But the press protects him. Watch this crazy Anderson Cooper, third rate, lousy ratings, third rate person. But listen, CNN, the worst. The worst. The worst. Whoop. They don't like it. It's tough. You fake CNN. No, it's tough.
This should not be a partisan issue. This should be a common sense issue. Let's stop making things political back there at Jason Masterbaum. Let's stop making things political. You're filming from the back of the room to make this a political issue. And look over here This is not a political issue. This issue is common sense.
I am a patriot, and you are a traitor.
Okay. It's a public meeting. It's okay. It's a public meeting. It's a public meeting. It's a public meeting. If you don't want people you don't like here having somewhere inside and have require tickets.
Drag your ass out of here. I'll drag your ass. I don't work for the city. Put me on camera. I'll drag your ass out. I don't work for the city. You're an idiot, bro. You're an idiot. She just said.
Don't you have any respect for jackals? That's your time, bro. Are you dumb?
He has to because he's so short. Get out of my park. He has a vagina down here. There's no penis.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is, sorry. Jonathan Foster.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Douglas Foster. I'm the leader in this. I was talking about this 10 years ago, wasn't I? Right. And they owe George Washington a lot of respect, don't they? Yup. This Muslim terrorist crap. Yeah. We've been fighting this for 1,000 years, Foster. We're not putting up with it. They got hostages. They're going to leave. I'm going to leave your ass there, though, by the way. I'm going to leave your ass there. But let me talk about this from the United States of America's position. This is against separation of church and state. To have the USA paying for their religion to build their bullshit-filled temple of Satan. Jesus told me to come away from them and be ye separate. I want no part of this. They're all dead with no Jesus, right? Netanyahu's a nobody with billions of US dollars. Who the hell is he? Taxes for their shit war against with Ishmael and Isaac. Fuck both of you. To have me paying for them, not me. The preamble says to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Doesn't say Israel or the Ukraine. But I must admit, it says, but those who shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, better for him that he should have a millstone hanged around his neck and he drown in the depth of the ocean. In Exodus, they came out of Egypt, right? And they built a golden calf and they had a party and an orgy. And this is the beginning of the Democrat Party. And then the two Republicans, Moses and Aaron, came down with the law, right? They were talking to Jesus in the cloud. These people have me going against the command of the Constitution. They're trying to have me pay for this goddamn war shit, right? The red thread does not turn white, and God is not at peace with Israel. That's right. The Shekinah glory, you can't put it back in there. These people aren't even American citizens. The only thing on their heart is someplace over there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
God bless the mayor. Helen Sklar.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. In Santa Monica, we stand on the ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva people, the indigenous caretakers of this land. According to Culver City historian Julie Lugo Serra, the Gabrielinos were a peaceful, loving people, peaceful and loving to one another, and who did not believe in the destruction of human beings, and consequently do not have things that hurt bodies or minds. People come to Santa Monica from all over the world. It's called a visionary city. It has long been a leader in the important fields of sustainability, the arts, entertainment, and technology, to name a few. Its community college boasts the second largest number of international students of any community college in America. Santa Monica values human rights. For the 5th consecutive year, the city earned a perfect score in the Human Rights Campaign's Municipal Equality Index, reflecting the city's inclusive municipal laws, policies, and services for LGBTQ plus people who live and work here. When Santa Monica rejects the killing and destruction of the Palestinian people, people pay attention. Santa Monica is not just a witness to world events. Because of Santa Monica's stature, it plays a role in driving those events. Santa Monica must inform and advise and urge the world, the country, our state, and the city of Los Angeles that the slaughter in Gaza must end now. Healthcare, fuel, food, medicine, and to whatever extent possible, Santa Monica must play a role in the restoration of America's image as a protector of.
Thank you very much.
Fairhay?
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Hola, and happy Pesach to all my brothers and sisters, the Jews around the world. We are so lucky to have a place like Santa Monica where we can go with our friends and our family and have the best time in our life and be safe and buy one of the fresh and best fruit from our wonderful vendors. Guess what? In Gaza, they have the same place as Santa Monica. But people in Palestine, they can't go there. Why? Because they are Palestinians. We are helping Israel to kill every single day the Palestinians. In the name of what? We are teaching our kids in the US that we are all equal, we are all human. We have to stand for the black people, for the Latino, because we are all human. There is no difference between you and me. But why are we discriminating against Palestine? Why are we paying to kill Palestinians? In the name of what? And when we move here and we work with everyone, look at us here. Look at these people here. We are not from the same race. All of us here. But look how we are happy together. Look how we live together. Earlier we had like the kids. Those Latino kids that they are proud of their heritage, but they are proud to be American too. What are we going to tell these kids? Oh, we're going to protect you because you live in America. But when you live in America, we're going to kill you. Why? Because we support Israel. How can we support Israel and this country? You are not your ancestors. You can't have the same history as your ancestors. We are all human, and that's what we should talk about. That's what we should teach our kids. That humanity, I don't care if you're Muslim, Jew, Christian, LGBT, Latino, I don't care. What I care about is you're a human. And when we stand together, no one can do nothing to us. And we saw this before. The best thing that the government can do is dividing us. But when we are united, something that was happening in Palestine will never happen again. Asking you as a human, please pass a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike Jones. And before you get started, Mr. Jones, I'm going to call the final names on the list. Sarah Lazar, Isabel Pinter-Parrott, Amelia Hall, Jody Evans, and Judy Branthman. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Council. I just wanted to congratulate the Council on having the best police department. The brave men and women of your police department are an incredible asset to the community. They work very hard. They deal with very difficult things on a day-to-day basis. And it makes me feel safe to be in Santa Monica when you have such a great police department. Many of your police officers are men and women who've served in the armed forces. And I want to take a second to recognize the courage and the bravery of the men and women in our armed forces. I've heard a lot of things about requests from speakers to have the council engage in some things that have to do with foreign relations. I just want to say that the Constitution, which I think is one of the greatest documents in the world, gives the federal government the primary power to manage the United States foreign relations. Article 1, Section 10 provides that only the federal government may engage in activities that implicate international affairs. It would be more profitable for these ostensible humanitarians to direct their concerns to Yahya Sinwar, the Islamic jihadist. God bless America. God bless our men and women of the armed forces. God bless Israel. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much.
Sarah Lazar.
Hi. I'm here to speak about an issue that I hear a lot about and that I'm going through right now with the building where I live. There have been a lot of violations in our building, and a lot of people got sick throughout the years. My next door neighbor, who's been living there for more than 20 years, got a real bad diagnosis. And I just want to bring this to the mayor's attention and the council members, because it's been so difficult to navigate this whole system. This management company that I went from, for example, has put a whole scheme together to just make it so hard to get code enforcement, do what they need to do, and just for the problem to be fixed. So right now in my unit, I pay $3,600 for a unit that I'm supposed to be sharing with somebody else. And management has made it impossible for me to get the other person authorized before I can have somebody else move in with me. There are a lot of leaks between my unit and the unit next to me and the unit upstairs. That's coming from a toilet, and there's this huge waste leak. And so when I am in the unit, I'm very sick. I ended up at the ER last week. There was somebody who was sent to just try and patch over the waste leak and just paint over it instead of actually fixing the leak. They needed to open that, remove the hazard, fix the pipe leak, and replace it with another pipe. And then so there's this hazard, and it has not been addressed. It's been a week that I've been sleeping in hotels. Every night I have to find a new place to stay and pay it with money that I don't have. It's on my credit card, and I already paid rent for this place. I'm at 1239 12th Street.
Excuse me. Please don't blurt out from the audience at all. And ma'am, you shouldn't give your address out in public. Thank you. However, I'd like you to walk over, and the assistant city manager would like to get your information privately. Thank you very much. Oh, and city attorney. Both are going to come try and help you.
Next is Isabel Pinter-Parrott.
Future for all, including Israelis, Palestinians, and Jews around the world. On a personal note, my wife's grandparents found a home in Santa Monica after they escaped Nazi-occupied Hungary. We are calling for a permanent ceasefire, a return of Jewish hostages and Palestinian prisoners, and a renewal of funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency is part of the United Nations. It provides emergency aid, primary and vocational education at more than 700 schools, primary health care at 140 primary health facilities, relief and social services, and infrastructure improvements in Gaza. They also provide funds to more than 4 million Palestinian refugees outside of Gaza in 50 camps across the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. In January, the US cut aid to the organization, having represented 30% of the agency's budget, denying food and medical aid to starving and injured civilians. The current far-right Israeli administration is using hunger as a weapon of war. Aid workers are reporting that Israeli checkpoints are making it difficult for aid to get into Gaza. On the 29th of February, Israeli troops opened fire on starving civilians trying to get flour from an aid truck. 118 civilians died trying to feed themselves in the flour massacre. So far, 27 people, 23 of them children, have starved to death in Gaza. 1 in 6 children below the age of 2 are considered malnourished. Over 200 aid workers have died in the conflict so far. We need an immediate ceasefire and to renew funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency to prevent catastrophic loss of life. I'd like to end with a quote from the UNRWA. Palestinians and Israelis share a long history of grief and loss. We must recognize that they are equal.
Thank you very much.
Next is Amelia Hall.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name is Amelia Hall. I'm a volunteer with Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm here to support a permanent ceasefire resolution with the language that has been proposed by Justice for Palestine LA. We know that over 34,000 people have been killed. We know that 75% of them are women and children. And even though the International Court of Justice says this is genocide, some people still debate it. But I'd like to bring up some other things that are not for debate. Israel is a state founded on ethnic cleansing. My father, Amin Mohammed Baji, was born in a village an hour north of Gaza in 1945 called Wadi al-Hawarit. In March 1948, the Zionist paramilitary called the Haganah, soon to become the IDF, came to his village, separated the Jews from the Muslims, who lived peacefully together for 1,000 years, and forced my father and his family to leave after executing 5 Muslims. My father is a refugee to this day. One of many massacres. I would say that everyone should look up Tantara massacre. You may all know this as the Nakba, in which 700,000 Palestinians were dispossessed from their land. We cannot return. I cannot return because I'm not Jewish. This ethnic cleansing continues today as over 1 million Palestinians were forced from their homes in North Gaza with nowhere to return back to, as 85% of the land is destroyed. Israel is an apartheid state. In the West Bank, Jewish settlers have Jewish-only roads. They have Jewish-only license plates on their cars. They have Jewish-only court systems. If my son, who is a Palestinian, were to be arrested, he would be taken to a military court. He would not be given the privileges of a civilian court. That's apartheid. There's Jewish-only housing, Jewish-only sidewalks in Hebron, Jewish-only access to subsidized housing and building permits. Palestinians don't even own water on their own land in the West Bank. Why are we funding this? This is a crime against humanity. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jody Evans?
Hello, Santa Monica City Council. I've been in the streets, I've been in the halls of Congress for the last 6 months. And I realized I had to come home to where I moved 50 years ago. Because why is the Santa Monica City Council hadn't acted on this yet? 6 months, witnessing a genocide. I mean, my daughter, Lynn Grande over here, she's lived here her whole life. She was born here 60 years. This city, I loved it here mostly when I moved because it was international. What we've heard from today, the voices of Jews and Palestinians and Christians and doctors and Iranians and mothers. This is Santa Monica. I was an appointee of the mayor in the 70s. It was Santa Monica that was dedicated to serving the oppressed. Santa Monica that the world looked to for care, the care of humanity, the care of life, the joy of being together that we've heard about that citizens value. But I want to repeat the question that came up earlier that Aaron Bushnell asked right before he self-emulated himself, served in the army and could no longer live witnessing a genocide. And he said, have you ever thought about what you would have done during slavery, or what you would have done during the genocide of the indigenous peoples, or what you would have done during the Holocaust? You are doing it. You are being silenced. That the resolution isn't already on the docket. Santa Monica, the values, we're standing for life, standing for justice, standing for peace. I mean, we have a peace park. I mean, we have so much here that is about the value of life. And I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Judy Branthman?
Hi, I'm Judy Branthman. I'm a Jewish resident of Santa Monica, and I can't think of a better place to be on Passover. You know, this is kind of the first time I've ever really understood what it was like for my immigrant Jewish grandparents who lived in Santa Monica a long time ago now, who could do nothing when, you know, their family members were surely being slaughtered in Europe. And when the U.S. turned back to St. Louis, that huge ship full of Jewish refugees who had to return to Germany, probably to their deaths. So the mass murder of our Semitic brothers and sisters, the Palestinians, is really making this come back to life. You know, and you know Santa Monica was home to many Jewish immigrants and is now home to lots of people from other cultures who have faced the same, Guatemalans, Salvadorans, and so many others who have lived through mass murder and genocides, which this country has supported. I'm hoping you will do your part to stop this and any others that come our way. Over 65% of Americans and 50% of the Jewish community support a ceasefire, and I suspect that number is much higher in Santa Monica. None of our Santa Monica elected officials in Washington or Sacramento are paying attention to us, not one. And I want to remind you that Santa Monica took a stand against apartheid in South Africa, and every teeny little bit, every step counts. So I'm really asking you to side with the 100 more plus cities that have chosen to make a statement that our tax dollars cannot be spent on genocide, and we can't kill the Palestinian people or any other people. So I hope you'll agendize a ceasefire resolution for your next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have a name that showed up after I called the final names. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Anwar Fatima Ali. Anwar Fatima Ali.
Anwar, if you're in the room, please come up to speak now. I presume they're not in the room anymore.
Okay, so that closes closed session. I'm sorry. Public input on that item. We'll now proceed to public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have one speaker, Denise Barton.
Who? Oh. Hold on. If you could please be as quiet as possible in leaving. Thank you very much. I guess we're not going to be quiet.
Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Thank you very much. We need you to move on.
Mr. Mayor, apparently the last speaker was in the lobby and didn't hear her name. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Are you? Oh. Right. No, that's fine. But you're talking about Fatima? Yeah. Okay, there's she? Okay, there she is. Okay. Okay, are you Fatima? Hi, are you Anwar Fatima? Okay, you can go to the microphone right there, where the green light is. You may proceed. You can talk. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Gentlemen and ladies, we need everyone in the room to be quiet. So the next speaker, please show the same courtesy that was shown to each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be standing here amongst you all, very highly intelligent, highly intellectuals that I am standing around. And then you have a good heart. You have a good conscience. I do not ask you what faith you belong to, but we are all humans. We all are humans and we have feelings for another human, let alone an animal, let alone another living creature. We are here to speak for other nations, humans. How many of you really feel the pain, the sorrow, and the suffering what other humans are suffering through now? I'm sure everybody is. How many of you are really going to do something about it? After you really, reach out to deep down to your heart and control all the negativity about Muslims, like generally, people do not know us Muslims. People do not quite understand what Islam is. That's kind of our fault, Muslims who have not reached out and shared our belief. But it is nothing to be introduced to you now. Islam is this total submission to Allah. And that's the message what all the prophets from Adam to all the other prophets down to Moses, excuse me, and the last prophet, Muhammad.
Thank you very much. No, unfortunately, we're running way behind. Thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Let's get this on the
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
You want to see?
Those are minutes on my thing.
I'll start it when you start.
Okay. Good evening. How nice that you didn't let the public speak before the Metropolitan Water's presentation, or is that so they couldn't address the public's concerns? I still have questions about the city's water sustainability master plan. I wonder because your city new filtration system was done in 2022 before the new regulations came into place in 2023. In addition, I have never seen or have been able to find a report on the pharmaceuticals that are found in Santa Monica's recycled water. The Los Angeles County Health Department has done that for LA County. Why would that be? And did you figure out how to get the 4,000 pharmaceuticals out of the water yet? It's too costly to do the testing. Or do you really not care about how clean the water actually is? Or do you just not care about people who have allergies to pharmaceutical medications? By the actions of the city injecting recycled wastewater into the groundwater, so the city of Santa Monica can stuff more people into the city for more tax revenue. Isn't that what it's really all about? The best financial interests of the city and not what's in the safest for the public? I mean, the last award for water quality was in 2021, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input for that item. Next, we're on item 3A, 2024 City Clerk Week Proclamation.
And strangely enough, I think we have an acting city clerk here. So first, we're very pleased to recognize City Clerk Week in Santa Monica. And we have a proclamation that I will read from here, and then I'll go down to the podium and greet our acting city clerk down there. So whereas the office of the professional city clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional city clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional city clerk provides the professional link between our citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional city clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional city clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government, rendering equal service to all, whereas the professional city clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional city clerks continuously strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional city clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional city clerk, now therefore I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize the week of May 5th through May 11th, 2024 as Professional City Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional interim city clerk, Nakima Newsom, her staff, her entire staff, and to all professional city clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent, dated this 23rd day of April 2024. Ms. Newsom, could I meet you over here, please? And I want to thank you for all your work, because when I hear all the things that professional city clerks do, I realize you're much busier than I am. So I appreciate. Would you like to say a couple of words?
Thank you. I don't want to keep us too late. So I just want to say it's just an honor and a privilege to stand here this year to accept this on behalf of my heart dedicated staff. We're a mighty group of 13. We're small but mighty. And I know every director in the city thinks they have the best staff, but they're wrong. I have the best staff. So I thank you. They couldn't stay here too late, but I thank them on your behalf. And we do have a few events planned for City Clerks Week. We'll be holding a couple open houses, both on the administrative side and on the support services side. And as everyone knows, it's an election year, so we're getting busy with having a multitude of outreach events and such to engage the public. So stay tuned. It's going to be an exciting year, and I thank you.
Come over here. Let's get a picture with the city council.
Are we center or should we move over a little?
Can you be seen?
Peek between.
You're okay?
Sure.
Chill direction.
Nice jacket. I wasn't talking about you.
Wait, come on.
Everyone smile. I'm going to zoom into the... I was talking about Nikki's Picasso jacket.
This is the first photo of us next to each other on the desk. Nice. You can have like coffee break.
Thank you. Item 3B, Bike Month. Oh, Proclamation for Bike Month, sorry.
And I think we have another proclamation. And my understanding is it's National Bike Month. So I see people from transportation here to celebrate that. And I'll also read this proclamation, and then I'll have staff who are involved with bikes and our city manager, who always rides his bike, come up and accept the proclamation. Did you bring your bike? I need to see it up here. And your helmet on. Whereas, and I was told the other day by our new poet laureate that my specialty is now reading whereases and trying to make that into poetry. It's not working well, but we'll do the whereases. Whereas the bicycle is a practical and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent form of recreation, and whereas Santa Monica is home to a strong and growing bike culture, increasingly robust bike infrastructure, and family fun events like Kiddical Mass, and whereas thousands of Santa Monicans will experience the joys of bicycling during the month of May through educational programs, community events, or just getting out and going for a ride. And whereas the education of bicyclists and motorists as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users, and whereas bicycling has a positive effect on Santa Monica's economy and tourist industry and stimulates economic development by making the city attractive to businesses and citizens who enjoy a healthy, active lifestyle, and whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, to boost community spirit, to improve traffic safety, and to reduce pollution and congestion to help meet our city's sustainability and environmental goals. And last whereas coming up. Whereas Santa Monica Smoke and Bike Local Santa Monica, the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, the California Bicycle Coalition, the League of American Bicyclists, and other organizations locally, across the state and county will promote bicycle safety during the month of May 2024. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as National Bike Month in the City of Santa Monica, and I urge all who support bicycling to participate in the event's plan and encourage all road users to share the roads safely with bicyclists. Dated this 23rd day of April, and I'm going to walk on down. And who's coming up? We have a couple of people coming up. All of you, come on down. Hi. Hi. Hey, how are you doing? Hi.
Hello.
Would one of you like to speak?
I'll take a quick.
Okay.
I would like to thank council support and data-driven decisions that have led us to a safer city. And I would be remiss in saying thank you for the dedicated staff who, without their talent, enthusiasm, and just day-to-day work, this would never be possible. So thank you.
Anyone else? No? Come on down, let's get a picture. Let's photo op. Can we get them all in?
So I could,
Where's stuff?
We like to be in the back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to closed session. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That's why we abbreviated it. Sorry. We're going on to 3D again.
The city manager's report.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. So as you see, the team is mobilizing to come up to celebrate our 30th anniversary of our ahead of its time sustainable city plan. So before I turn it over to the amazing Shannon, I'm just going to give a couple of quick announcements for you. I'll be super quick. May is going to be a busy month for us. As you know, we're going to honor Mental Health Awareness Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and obviously we're going to celebrate Bike Month. Staff is planning a fun series of events to celebrate Bike Month, including community rides, a safety workshop, and the annual City Hall Pit Stop on Bike Anywhere Day on May 16th from 8 to 10 a.m. There are many other events throughout the city in May, so I encourage you to keep an eye on our social media and santamonica.gov/events for detail. And one event you don't want to miss, I certainly won't, is our Arts and Literacy Festival on Saturday from 10 to 2 at the amazing Virginia Avenue Park. Everyone's encouraged to bring your family, friends to celebrate robotic arts and crafts, performance, giveaways, and more. And as you heard in the proclamation, we're also coming up on City Clerk Week. And I obviously want to thank from the bottom of my heart Nikki Newsom and her entire team for just being tremendous public servants, being so helpful all the time, and always being available. So thank you, Nikki, for everything. You're amazing. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to Shannon. Yes.
Sorry, just because you mentioned biking and it's Bike Month, is there a way to get the bike calculator that's in front of the City Hall that seems to have been broken for a while fixed?
Sure, we can look into it.
Okay, I think it would be a great time to fix it during Bike Month. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will do my best to be brief because I know it's already late.
So we're here today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Sustainable City Plan. For 30 years, we have worked together to model best practices in urban sustainability and to integrate sustainable practices here in Santa Monica. We have demonstrated that economic vitality, social equity, and environmental protection are mutually dependent. And we have worked together to not only model these sustainable practices for our city and municipal government, but also for our community as a whole. Last year, we came to council with a deep dive on sustainability outcomes. My team and I talked to you for about an hour and a half. I thought we'd just cut that in half tonight. No, just kidding. I'm actually going to try to get you out of here in just a couple of minutes. But although I am trying to be brief, I wanted to just take a moment to remind you how rare and precious it is that Santa Monica has chosen to be a sustainable city, not just a green city. And so often people, intermix these two terms. But one of the things that makes us so profoundly different and really adds incredible value to the work that we do together is that we have chosen to be a sustainable city. And this means that we are looking at economic vitality, we are looking at social equity, and we are looking at environmental protection, and we are looking for ways to maximize positive outcomes in all three of these areas. And this is a really essential and unique thing that Santa Monica does. It's really summarized in our mission statement. Santa Monica uses the power of community to enhance our resources, prevent harm to the natural environment and human health, and benefit the social and economic well-being of the community for the sake of current and future generations. I feel like this statement really summarizes our collective work together because it identifies all three legs of the sustainability stool and also indicates our efforts to do meaningful work now while also being committed to meaningful outcomes for future generations. So with that, I will take a stab at bringing what I think is the best team in town up. But what I really know is that all the staff here in the city, like ultimately what makes each of our teams amazing is that we work together to deliver meaningful outcomes around council direction. And so we're really excited to be here tonight to celebrate 30 years of outcomes based on the work that you and your predecessors have asked us to do. So with that, I'll bring up Amanda Grossman, who leads this work for my team.
Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. So I'm here tonight not just because it's Earth Month, but it's also the day after Earth Day and the 30-year anniversary of the Sustainable City Plan. So if we go back in time a little bit to when The Lion King came out to theaters and the World Cup came to Los Angeles, it was also a year of recovery and rebuilding for much of Los Angeles with the Northquake earthquake. Our Santa Monica City took the commitment to adopt the Sustainable City Plan in 1994. I'm just going to show a little spotlight of the timeline. I'm not going to dive deep into each of these. So I just wanted to highlight a couple little milestones within this timeline. So in 1999, we became the first city to purchase 100% renewable energy. Because of this early commitment to renewable energy and reducing our carbon emissions, we now offer 100% renewable energy to all residents and businesses because of our joining the Clean Power Alliance in 2019. And then in 2013, the city adopted the 15 by 50 plan to reduce our carbon emissions by 15% below 1990 levels. Because of our commitment to reducing carbon emissions, we were later adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in 2019. And as of today, we are measuring at 48% reduction below 1990 levels. And then in 2014, we adopted the Zero Waste Strategic Operations Plan with a target to be zero waste by 2030. Because of this effort, led by Resource Recovery and Recycling, we now are diverting 28 million pounds of organic waste as of last year. And in 2005, the city published the first Sustainable City Plan Progress Report. And because of this early performance management, we were able to apply and certify for Lead for Cities and becoming the first and only city to certify platinum in the world as of 2021. But while this is a great moment of reflection, we are by no means hanging up our hat. This is a great moment to recognize the importance of sustainability and climate resiliency planning. And so looking at the road ahead at the next 30, we're continuing to work towards water self-sufficiency, zero waste, carbon neutrality, as well as climate adaptation, coastal resiliency, social equity, economic development, and the list goes on. And this is a great year that we're doing a lot of community awareness and doing some outreach. So we have some upcoming events. We'll also be at other city events throughout the year. So looking ahead, we have on Sunday, April 28th, we have our Next Gen Climate Summit to encourage and inspire the next generation of climate leaders. On May 1st, we have our Sustainable Quality Awards to recognize businesses that are going above and beyond in sustainability. And then on May 15th, we have our Sustainable Student Poster Contest to recognize students that have submitted a poster with the theme of celebrating 30 years of sustainability. And on the screen is an example of one of our grand prize winners. And I just want to conclude with a couple of quotes from community members who have reached out to us in connection with the 30-year anniversary. So I'll just read their quotes. Your leadership and dedication to sustainability have played a pivotal role in shaping our city into the vibrant and environmentally conscious community it is today. I am filled with pride to be part of a city that prioritizes sustainability and embraces innovation to create a better future for generations to come. And with that, I'll conclude, and thank you for your leadership and time.
Thank you so much for that report. And thanks to all of us together for being a sustainable city for 30 years. Thank you.
Now we are moving on to closed session. We have one closed session item, item 4A, existing litigation, Byron Merlos and others versus the city and others.
I think we would bat by 8:45. 30 minutes?
Okay, so we will adjourn temporarily. We will be back at 8:45 p.m. to continue. Sorry for the extreme delays this evening. We apologize. Thank you. All right, now I have to say, am I ready? Probably not. Oh, my God. No, I didn't turn them back on. People just threw a whole bunch of stuff on here. Good evening. Welcome back to our meeting. We're sorry we had to take a late break, but we're back. And clerk, could you call the next item?
Actually, do we have anything to report from closed session?
The matter was heard, and there is nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. So next, we're going to move on to the mayor's historical moment.
Yay.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today, we'll dive into the story of the Philomathian Club at 1810 Broadway. The Philomathian Charity, Literary, and Art Club was founded by 7 African American women in 1921. They adopted the motto, "Lifting as we climb, in action, not words," used by national and state organizations of women's clubs, and adopted the colors of the suffrage movement. The Philomathian Club in Santa Monica served to buffer their community from the worst impacts of racism and strove to elevate their circumstances through literacy, vocational training, higher education, arts, and culture. Philomathian means lover of learning. Philomathian Club meetings included talks on the importance of education, poetry, religion, and art, as well as musical presentation. Their popular events, including mother-daughter banquets and Halloween costume contests, fostered community and raised funds for charitable causes. The Philomathians provided tangible support, giving layouts to new mothers and baskets of food to needy families during the holidays. They even wrote checks to help families in financial crisis. At a time when race restrictions prevented African Americans from assembling in local halls, the Philomathians met at each other's homes. Soon they were working towards building their own meeting hall that could be shared with the broader Santa Monica Black community. The capital campaign, which included a Mrs. Philomathian beauty contest and innumerable chicken dinners, enabled them to purchase a parcel at Broadway and 18th Street. In 1958, local engineer and building designer Vernon Brunson drew up the plans for Philomathian Hall, incorporating a catering kitchen, club offices, and retail spaces for a barber shop and a beauty salon. Brunson was from one of the first African American families to settle in Santa Monica. Shop rents enabled the Philomathians to celebrate a mortgage burning in 1970. Since then, the rents have been redirected to a college scholarship program for high school seniors that has provided hundreds of students with hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarships. The Philomathian building is still home to a barber shop, beauty salon, and a preschool. The 104-year-old Philomathian Charity, Literary, and Art Club is the oldest African American women's club in the Los Angeles area, still lifting as they climb, in action, not words.
And I think that is wonderful. Congratulations on them, on that building achieving landmark status. And I just mentioned to Vice Mayor Negretti, our senior party at Samo High was held in that building one night. So, No, it was wonderful. So I'm glad it's still here. That's a great history lesson for us all. Thank you so much to the History Museum and the Conservancy for their cooperation in making this video.
Do any of the council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting? Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I did not get any calls to pull anything.
I had received a call around 3:30 this afternoon. Does either Councilmember Parr or Councilmember Negretti, I had heard rumors you wanted to pull an item?
Yes, sorry, I just, you know what, my notice is I do.
And we request that next time you try and give staff a chance to answer those questions in advance. Yes, no?
Caught me off guard, but yes, we did try to get answers from, hold on. Which was 5C.
Okay, so you want to pull 5C? Would you like to make, one of you like to make a motion to approve the remainder?
I'll make a motion to approve the remainder of the items.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Was that Terosis who seconded?
Yes.
Councilmember
Councilmember Tarosa said.
hasn't called back in yet. Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes. Okay,
Item 5C, award a contract to Moss Adams for Human Services Grants Program Monitoring Services.
wait, you guys all aren't staying? Come on now, we're entertaining. Thank you for being here so late.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Natasha Kingsco, Housing and Human Services Administrator.
It's on.
There you
I
go.
know. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we hadn't turned it on. I apologize.
I just wanted to ask, so one of the things that I was trying to find out was, in terms of our auditing, can you just elaborate a little bit more if, whether or not there's a physical auditing on site? Or is it all virtual? Like, how does the auditing actually?
So for this contract, Moss Adams, who we want to award the contract with, they won the bid. They are off-site, so it's a virtual auditing. That's how they conducted the last site visit for the 2021 fiscal year. So it is a virtual audit. If we wanted them to come on site, they could, but it's largely virtual, and they're able to do that.
Do they do anything on site? You just said on-site visit. Is when you say on-site, it's a virtual visit?
Sorry if I got confused. It's a virtual visit.
So they're but are they ever on site at all in any part of this?
It should be on.
Unless we ask them to.
Do we not think that that's important? And the reason I ask is, like, myself running a nonprofit, you get audited, right, when you're receiving grant dollars. I don't receive anything nearly as close to this, but with the amount of money that's going into the program, and also just to make sure that, you know, the program is doing what it says it's doing, I would think it's hard to be really auditing someone from a virtual basis. You would really need to be in the facility at some point. Because with a virtual visit, there's no surprise visits, because that has to be planned. So how does that work? In the past, have we done on-site visits, and were they more not scheduled?
We've never done a surprise visit. We've have a history as staff, and we used to have external fiscal audits with a CPA firm. They were never surprise visits. We've never done surprise. They've always been scheduled. And we have randomly picked files with fiscal and client files to go through. So we've never given them advance of what files we were going to pick. And we have decided that we will not do facility auditing or monitoring. We don't have the skills to assess a facility, to assess a building. That's not a skill set that we have. It's really out of our purview. So it's just the files, no surprises. We've never done that as staff. So they are scheduled visits. And we're confident, because that's the way Moss Adams did the 2021 audits, that can be done virtually.
when you say you're not monitoring the space in the building, I understand that, but the programming itself and how the money that's funding it is what's being audited, right? In the files.
Yes.
Right, but I mean, how are we looking at?
Well, I was going to say, there's also, you may want to explain some of the other accountability measures. There's like the annual or biannual filings that they do. And so you may want to talk about some of the other ways that we monitor and manage these contracts.
Yes, so outside of the external monitoring that goes on, there's monitoring that city staff does. So we get 2 reports from the grantees a year. We do contract negotiations, which we're doing now. We're setting up contracts for next fiscal year, which starts July 1st. And we're very lucky that we're such a small town physically, in that we're so close to all of our nonprofits. And oftentimes our our grant analysts, we're going to our nonprofits pretty frequently throughout the grant year to have meetings. In fact, we have these grantee negotiation meetings at their offices usually. We like going out to meet with them. We like seeing them. So we see their offices. It's rare that, or actually, I can't name an organization that we haven't been inside of. And probably 8-9 months doesn't go by without us being inside a building for any of our organizations.
Are we saving it all by doing this virtual contract with Moss Adams or no?
I don't think it's I don't know that I think it's cost neutral.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that was all my questions.
Councilmember Para.
Hi there.
Hi.
So I also have.
Your mic's not on.
Oh. Thank you. Sorry about that. So I have some concerns as well regarding, virtual monitoring. And so I'm just wondering if we can kind of talk through how this works and maybe consider doing some in-person site visits, whether it's staff conducting the site visits and actually, opening up files and taking a look at them, or having Moss Adams do that. As you know, I'm on the audit subcommittee, and when we had an opportunity to audit the grantees, there were quite a few. There were some delinquencies, but I understand that there was, there's a plan in place, and there was, what have you, that in terms of being able to rectify, what was found, the findings, if you will, right? But I guess I thought that audit was being conducted. I don't know why. I didn't know this, but I thought that audit was being conducted in person. I didn't realize that they were being done virtually. And so I think I would feel more comfortable if those were done in person, for accountability, for transparency, especially after that last audit came through and showed, that there were some problems. And, and a lot of the different providers, indicated because there was a turnover in staff, because there was a lot of different reasons, why. But, I had concerns before about the fact that we were continually giving the same grantees, money over and over again, and really didn't have a lot of, I should say, accountability in terms of, the reporting. We didn't have all the information in front of us. And so I think it behooves us to have those in-person site visits.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the corrective action
Sure.
that we had in place for the previous
That would be good. Thank you.
monitoring that you're mentioning, and what that will look like moving forward. But before I get there,
Yes.
I would like my colleague, where'd you go, Mark Amaral, to address what the virtual monitoring looked like for the 2021 fiscal year that was done, because he was actually in charge of that project when it happened. So I want to just make sure it's very clear in terms of what that looked like. Thanks, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mark Amaral.
Housing and Human Services Department. Councilmember Parra, to your question, yes, all of Moss Adams' work was conducted virtually off-site. Before COVID, we did do in-person monitorings. In part of designing the virtual monitoring with Moss Adams, I think everyone felt comfortable with, especially the financial side. Everything is so digital these days. Getting everything scanned or sent through a secure portal, which is a lot of how the city conducts its other audits as well, was viewed to be a perfectly reasonable way to conduct that business. The one challenge that we did have was figuring out a way to review client files, which I think gets to Councilmember Negretti's concern as well. Are these agencies doing what they're supposed to be doing? Is it well documented? We were able to find out a way to do that as well. But the big concern there, of course, is confidentiality and security. So Moss Adams developed a secure portal to receive those files through. So the substance of that monitoring is the same, virtual or in person, in terms of what they're able to see and request from the agencies. I think the one thing that's left out of that process is a facility inspection, which is something you would have to be on site to do. Now, we do have the option to do that with Moss Adams in their contract. It's built into their proposal as well. I think we would only venture to do that if you had a case where an agency was high risk or their program lent itself uniquely to benefit from an on-site monitoring. You know, a lot of our agencies might conduct their programming at multiple sites or may just have administrative offices. So I hope it helps to answer some of the questions. I'm happy to elaborate further, but having Moss Adams come and do that in person, they are located in New Mexico, it would add a significant amount of expense to the monitorings if we were to do that for every grantee. So I think the vision would be to do that in cases where it was specifically warranted.
Thank you for that clarification. So let me ask you something else. So for the virtual monitoring, when you're monitoring a client or a provider, are you asking for specific client files and specific documents in advance?
No,
or is it on the fly, like we're having?
On the fly. So I'll say on the fiscal side, what Moss Adams might do would be to request a general ledger or a financial report that corresponds to the report they've submitted to the city. Once they have that general ledger detail in hand, they will select individual expenditures at random from that general ledger. Some of them might be completely at random, some of them based on materiality. So if there are large expenditures, and then go back and tell an agency, we need you to provide documentation for this subset of samples. And for that, there is no warning. They don't know what you're gonna pick or what you're gonna select, and they have to produce documentation to support that. And that's a common sampling technique you use across all monitoring platforms. And the same would be true for participant files. You select participant files at random. You say, we want to see X amount of your files. You go through each one of those files to confirm that they're all documented, that they all have the need as documented, that they are qualified Santa Monica program participants, et cetera. And if anything is omitted from those files, then they document that and let us know.
Okay, so my thoughts on like a virtual monitoring was that we're having a virtual meeting and on the fly you're saying, pull up this document or what have you. That's not the case.
It's not in the moment. You're sending them a list and saying, now that I've seen your financial report, I want you to substantiate to me that the things that are on your report are real.
Oh, okay. Because see, I work for, a local jurisdiction. I manage a grant. And so the County of Los Angeles, when I've had my audits, on the spot, they're like, okay, pull up, and, and I'm showing it to them, sharing the screen and I'm showing it to them. So it's that's not what's happening.
I don't believe so. So I don't participate in the monitorings myself, but typically monitorings are done via random sample.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I think that was also a little bit of the confusion too for me when you're talking about virtual monitoring, that my thoughts on what that looked like is different than what is actually happening. So that puts things a little bit in more perspective for me as well. Thank you. And so the corrective action component, what does that look like? Thank you for that.
So the corrective action that happened in 2021 that will likely be developed as part of this contract as well is a letter that goes to the agency. There's discussion with the agency, and then a formal letter goes out saying, here's what we found during the monitoring, here's the suggested corrective action, and depending on the severity of what was found. Here's the date by which you will fix it. Here's what you'll do to address it. Here's what we would agreed on. And then they have a certain time frame, right, to fix it, and then we'll follow up with them. So, for example, some of what was found, if it's little or minor, I should say, we'll check it in the next fiscal year, city staff, because again, we are talking very frequently with our grantee organizations, so we'll see in the next report that this item has been fixed. If it's something more serious, then we want to go back and check it as soon as it's reasonable for them to fix it and make sure that everything, is above board and they've been able to address the issue. We will get much like we did in February 2023 with Moss Adams, we'll get a report, a monitoring report that shows this is what they did, a list of who they monitored, whether there's risk or not, low risk, medium risk, high risk. So you'll see that on a chart. We'll make that public to council, commissions, boards, advisory boards, et cetera. And then we'll also follow up with either in that report or as a separate report, any sort of follow-up or corrective action that's needed or taken. So you can see, kind of closes the loop on that report.
Okay, and forgive me if you have sent something because I see 20 million things. Have we been updated on the status of the corrective action for all the providers that were?
There is sorry.
No, please.
Yes, there's two reports. There's the initial, which I'm sure you've seen, the initial monitoring report that shows the entire portfolio and all the monitorings. And then there is a second report, that's the corrective action report, a slimmer report, and that went to the audit subcommittee.
Right,
I'm
that's
not sure when, maybe February 20th?
Yeah, that's the one, in 2023, right?
24.
24.
No, I think it was either the last meeting or the meeting before the audit subcommittee when it was presented by the Moss Adams.
So that was, then that's the last one.
Yeah, that was
And
the
so
second
That's the only one.
report. Yeah.
That's the second one of them, and that's one that's the outstanding. So everybody hasn't been brought to, they haven't been corrected yet, so there's still outstanding violations for a few of them, according to that last report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some items have been corrected, but like I said, some, if they're minor, they'll be corrected in the next grant cycle, and we'll see that when we get, say, their mid-year reports, we have them now. If they were able to address it, they'll address that in their mid-year reports that we received at the end of December. We'll see that
Was that
now.
from, because I'm trying to wrap my head around it, was that from 2021 to 2023? So it's been 2 years delinquent?
No, the monitoring that happened was fiscal year 20 to 21, 2020, 21 fiscal year.
And then we got the report in 23.
Yes.
Okay, so they've only had from 23 to 24 to make the corrections?
They received corrective action letters, I want to say from October, probably, October
okay.
23
Okay.
to January.
Okay.
So it's recent. I know the timing's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's why I was a little thrown off.
So
Okay.
the fiscal year is quite some time ago, but they got the results of their monitoring more recently.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
And we can resend the corrective action report if you want to see that
I
again.
think, have you guys seen that? I don't think everybody has seen it. I think that city council should all probably see a copy of that.
We can send it.
I'd be more than happy. I'll send an email out to link to the
Okay,
audit subcommittee report for everyone. It's no problem.
Vice Mayor Negretti.
thank you.
Sorry, I have a question for you just to dovetail on, I don't know what's going on with this microphone. You were talking about the files and how they're, the client files. And Councilmember Parra was saying that like it's not on the fly. I was just curious how that works because there's some anonymity, right? Like you don't have names where you're just saying pull up a set number of files. So wouldn't they just pick the files that are complete to pull up and show you?
We don't find that to be the case. You select
Well, how would
15
you-
files at random. You say
How do you know
produce-
it's random? Sorry, that just
Well,
seems.
it's a good question. I mean, part of the distance between city staff and Moss Adams is Moss Adams has their process by which to sample randomly. I couldn't speak to the details of exactly how they pull that off with the grantee, but it's part of the objectivity of the process.
I'm sorry, I'm missing something because you guys are all way smarter than me at all this stuff, but I'm just trying to figure out if Moss Adams is saying we need to see 20 client files, why would they pick ones that are incomplete that would implicate themselves? If they're sending it, then they're going to pick the ones that are complete. That's not very random. If you're physically there and you're pulling client files, that's different.
So one of the ways you might do this might be if an agency is reporting, say, 15 housing placements on their outcomes, then Moss Adams will say, prove to me that your outcomes are accurate. I want to see the 15 files that correspond to what you've reported. So there's some relationship between what they're asking for and what they've reported to the city to make sure they can corroborate the report to the city is correct.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Gesundheit. It's going around. It's catching. So the one thing, I'm part of the audit subcommittee as well. And I was distressed that the entire audit of our human services grants was all done virtually. Obviously, that was partly because of COVID and everything we went through. But I think I share those same concerns that if it's all virtual this time, because I know we questioned them before about why they didn't come down from Seattle, I believe.
New Mexico.
New Mexico?
I think they have offices in different locations.
Okay, that they hadn't done anything in person. And especially now, when LA County is auditing their homeless services and going, what the hell? You know, and LA City's had problems. We haven't had, and we don't give grants of the same amounts that they do. But I think we have to really insist on increased accountability because we found a couple of discrepancies last time, which I understand were corrected. But we're losing the public's trust sometimes in the grant programs. And we've got to make sure that we have ironclad guarantees that we're going to do the best we can to hold the meager funds we have that we give to help others, that it's absolutely going to help the people in the community who need it, and that we have accountability. So I know I was concerned, and I think Councilmember Parr was also concerned when the audits were happening, that we didn't feel directly enough connected to those audits. So in whatever way you can, please stress to Moss Adams that we want them to really delve in deep whenever necessary. And a couple of site visits would probably be recommended because we want to make sure that, again, we don't have that much in way of funds. So we really need to guard that money and make sure it gets to the people in need in our city.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing that, we'll move on. And does anyone want to motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Negretti, a second by Para. No? Oh, Mr. Zwick, sorry about that.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick?
Correct. Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre is still absent at the moment, and Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Okay, we'll now move on to item 8A. Oh, I'm sorry, no, 6. We have public input. Public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I believe we have about 6 speakers. So I'm going to call all the names. Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, Chris Gutierrez, I think she left, Scott Morris, Eileen Nebel, Ellis Raskin. And if you could just state for the record which items you're speaking on, please.
Sure. Good evening. On item 16B, I take issue with you making council member discussion items into the equivalent of consent calendar items to be approved at one time. The reason for this is when the council member discussion items, there is much less information given in contrast to the consent calendar item staff reports. I mean, you all claim transparency, right? Well, this item doesn't make it look as though you want to be transparent. It makes you look like you want to hide things. For example, at the last city council meeting on April 9th, 2024, you were running a deficit of over $3,000 in your discretionary funds. How does that show transparency? Or tonight's item 16D, does Councilmember DeLatorre have available travel funds left? I mean, considering, didn't you put all the money from your travel funds into your discretionary spending? Which would say that there were no travel funds available until the budget comes up in June. So does that make it look like you're shuffling funds? But doesn't our city manager, David White, have experience with actions like these in other jurisdictions he's worked? Then the title for this section of the agenda is council member discussion items. So to approve it all in one motion unless the item is pulled is really not being transparent with anyone, considering how little information is given on council member discussion items. And please remember, with tonight's 16 items of discretion, you do not have the discretionary funding for another $5,000 to item 16C, as the speaker this evening requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next is Scott Morris. And if you could also state for the record which items you're speaking on.
Say that again?
If you could also state for the record which items you'll be speaking on.
I'm speaking for 10A. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you so much for your service. I am here speaking on behalf of the Low Carbon Concrete Code. I am a self-avowed concrete nerd and I love concrete, but I don't love the emissions. If you think about one of those concrete trucks that you see once in a while driving down the street, often in Santa Monica, they're blue. It has about 4,000 pounds of CO2 using normal concrete at about a 3,000 PSI, normal strength concrete. Anyway, that 4,000 pounds equates to about 4,600 miles driven, equates to about 2,000 pounds of coal. So that pile of coal would probably fill up to my head here. With this code, we can cut about 50% of that. So those are significant emission cuts. I could drive to New York with the amount of CO2 in one of these trucks, and we could cut that in half. I'd also just like to talk to, someone mentioned earlier climate whiplash in the water presentation, and I think if we go to the core of the problem, this climate whiplash, we got to look at our excessive CO2 emissions, and that's what this code helps to do. It also will promote our economic viability, which is what Shannon mentioned earlier. This low carbon concrete is often more affordable, and we do have a associated ready mix in the city, and not all cities are fortunate enough to have a ready mix company within their boundaries that we can support. And looking towards economic viability, that means supporting our ready mix company here, and also building more affordable buildings.
Thank you very much, sir.
And next is Ellis Raskin. And Mr. Raskin, if you could please state for the record which items you're speaking on.
Sure, I'm here tonight speaking on item 10B, and I'm here tonight in my capacity as chair of the Planning Commission.
Oh, then you'll get 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it shorter than that. I know it's late and you all have had a long evening already. But a majority of planning commissioners have voted to submit a memo on the record, which was included in your agenda packet. I trust you have all read it, but I'm going to summarize some key points for the sake of you all this evening. So the item that's before you tonight as 10B is an item that will bring the city's density bonus program into consistency with state density bonus law, and specifically the most recent amendments as part of AB 1287. Later tonight, staff will tell you what those most recent amendments mean. But the Planning Commission has voted to ask the city to give direction to staff to explore how to create systems within our local law that would allow for inclusionary units as part of a density bonus program to be provided at an off-site location. And this is significant because under the ordinance that's under consideration tonight and AB 1287, the inclusionary units as part of a density bonus project have to be placed on site as part of that project. So with that, it bears emphasis that Santa Monica has a long history of allowing inclusionary units to be developed off-site. Since its creation in the 1990s, the city's affordable housing production program has permitted this off-site option. The Planning Commission voted that this option be extended to housing projects using density bonuses, regardless of the size of the density bonus and regardless of the location of the off-site units. This recommendation would not result in projects being any larger or denser than they would otherwise be allowed under the density bonus law, but would rather allow for the inclusionary units to be put in a different location. The Planning Commission wanted to point out 4 points that should be considered as part of staff direction. The first was with respect to financial feasibility. Developers' off-site inclusionary contributions to 100% affordable housing projects will improve the economic feasibility of those projects in an era of declining state and local housing funding sources. The second point is with respect to parking. The city is no longer allowed to require parking in its approval of new housing projects in, I think, the entirety of the city. But many affordable housing developers in Santa Monica have asked for projects to include parking, including notably Community Corporation. So among the folks who are developing affordable housing projects locally, it would be possible to include parking at a 100% inclusionary project offsite, while the market rate project could have the option of not including parking. The other point, number 3, is targeted services. 100% affordable housing projects are designed and built to provide services directed towards the needs of affordable housing residents. These include community rooms for workshops and tenant meetings, garden areas, outdoor play areas, and offices for service providers. And then the fourth point is about meeting our city's regional housing needs assessment goals. The city fell short of meeting its 5th cycle lower income RENA goals, although it exceeded the market rate production by 250%. Developers' off-site funding of 100% affordable housing units will enable leveraging of federal and state funding sources and will therefore result in the production of a larger number of lower income units. With that, I'm available to answer any questions. And again, the Planning Commission asks that the City Council give direction to staff to explore these amendments to the density bonus program.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input for this evening. Item 8A, Cannabis Social Equity Study Session.
Oh, that's not the one. Not the clicker. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Jing Yo, Planning Manager. I'm here tonight with our amazing adult use cannabis team. I'm literally just introducing them. It's Anna Fernandez, Shiramok, and Tony Kim. So tonight is really kind of a high-level overview, kind of a continuation of what we started last summer. So what we want to give you is just kind of a quick refresher on Council's direction, because we understand it's been a little bit, and kind of walk you through what it means to have cannabis social equity. Last summer, it was a lot of information that was kind of thrown at you. You know, you gave us great direction, and we've been working on developing the adult use cannabis program. But I think in the course of this work, we're recognizing, that we didn't really have a chance to talk to you about the kind of social equity components. It was sort of touched on as something that the council was interested in. But, I think in looking through what other jurisdictions have done and best practices, are recognizing that we really need some additional direction kind of on the expansiveness of that program. So tonight we're going to go through, as I said, kind of explaining what is cannabis social equity, what does it mean in the cannabis context, a review of equity programs from other cities, and there's sort of a handy matrix that's an attachment to your report that you can follow along with. I think ultimately what we're asking for, again, is sort of direction, high level, on what kind of social equity program we're thinking about. We're not creating the components tonight. It's really about the framework, and then also in doing some work on the zoning, talking through those locational restrictions that we sort of started to identify. So just a quick refresher from last summer, when you received information of adult use cannabis program, council gave direction to allow adult use cannabis, retail and non-retail, so all the kinds of uses, including consumption lounges. There was an interest in no caps on the number of licenses that could be allowed in the city. You wanted the 2 existing medicinal cannabis retailers to be able to sell adult use cannabis. You wanted adult use cannabis uses in non-residential zones to kind of apply the state buffers to that, and then to also conduct a cannabis equity assessment to create this equity program, which is why we're here tonight. So since we last talked to you, what has happened is there was the adoption of an IZO to allow our existing 2 medicinal cannabis retailers to sell adult use cannabis. So that is taken care of. We have done a whole bunch of research around Pure Cities programs that we'll present to you tonight, and we've worked with our diversity, equity and inclusion team to successfully secure a cannabis equity grants program in the amount of $40,000 to be able to conduct the equity study. And that's just one part of it. We would be eligible again when they open up the next round, to be able to actually create like direct grants if that's kind of a direction we're interested in going with. So, as I said, tonight we're really looking for council direction on how expansive do you want the social equity program to look like, because it has implications for timing in terms of how detailed you want it to be, who it serves, that sort of thing. And again, we're not asking for like building the components of the program. We're certainly happy to get that feedback, but you're not being asked to dive into those details. The overall schedule looks like we're having the equity study done. We will be back to you before the end of the year with results from that equity study and sort of a more built-out version of the cannabis ordinance, to ask you some more detailed questions on the components, but we really need that direction on how expansive this program is supposed to look like. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna to walk through what is cannabis social equity.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Anna Fernandez, Associate Planner. So just a quick overview on what is cannabis social equity. Equity in general recognizes that everybody has different and unique circumstances and allocates those exact resources and opportunities for each person to reach an equal outcome. As it relates to cannabis, equity means addressing the reality of how the war on drugs has disproportionately affected communities of color and provides opportunities to those individuals to help them succeed in the cannabis industry. A cannabis equity program is developed by initiating an equity study, as Jean mentioned, to determine which groups have been historically the most impacted. This can consist of quantitative data, such as statistics, and qualitative data, such as surveys and interviews. The eligibility criteria, sorry, I think I skipped it. So the eligibility criteria for the program are established based on the study's findings, and the program components are developed based on the needs of the eligible applicants. The slide here shows some examples of program components that could be included, but these would be customized based on what we find through our studies for our city. So now moving on to the challenges. Through our research, we learned that equity programs may be subject to several several challenges, including predatory practices from applicants that already have the means to establish a business and don't actually qualify for the program. Unfortunately, the process may also result in some equity applicants not being able to obtain a license ultimately, which means sunk costs for them, unfortunately. The breadth of the program also requires a substantial number of resources and time to assist applicants through a brand new process. And the capital needed to start a business is very high, and a limited number of available licenses and locations means that it adds to the competition that already exists. And now I'll pass it on to Shira to discuss our research.
Thanks, Anna. I'm Shira Moak, Associate Planner. Since the last council study session, staff conducted research on various peer cities, both by reviewing cannabis-related materials available online and informational interviews with staff overseeing their cannabis operations. We reviewed 8 cities: Culver City, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Oakland, Palm Springs, San Diego, San Francisco, and West Hollywood. Culver City and West Hollywood did not conduct equity studies nor have equity programs. For cities that have equity programs, they all developed them later after a regulatory ordinance was adopted. Oakland was the only city to take approximately 2 years to develop an adult use cannabis ordinance, while all other cities took approximately 1 year. Equity programs for these cities took between 3 months to 2 years, so as you can see, it varies depending on the expansiveness of the program. For cities that have an equity program, they have dedicated full-time staff and developed a special office for cannabis oversight, as the work becomes more staffing and resource intensive with more expansive equity programs. Long Beach is the only city to use an RFP process, while the other cities use either first come, first served or lottery-based selection processes. Some of the salient points in reviewing the adult use cannabis program of other cities were that a selection process is crucial to ensure that the equity program most benefits equity applicants from affected communities. Subsequent to development of an initial equity program, cities have needed to continue to reimagine and evolve the program to ensure that it meets the needs of equity applicants, and most cities have staff dedicated solely to administer the cannabis program and its equity components. There is more detailed information on each city in Appendix A of the staff report. In speaking with staff from these cities, they shared lessons learned that we thought would be helpful to convey a summary of and how they apply to the Santa Monica context at this key decision-making point. From a regulatory perspective, it was recommended to establish a limit to the number of retail licenses, either through cap on permits or zoning regulations. Jurisdictions with programs that started with no permit caps ended up grappling with an overconcentration of businesses and made it challenging to scale back and to limit the total number of applicants while trying to apply an equity component. Zoning regulations will be important for naturally limiting the supply if no cap is instituted. As a reminder, at the last study session, Council directed that no cap be placed on the number of adult use cannabis businesses. From a process lens, it was recommended to create a selection process that establishes minimum criteria that must be met to qualify equity applicants, followed by random selection or lottery-based system of selection. Council provided direction to explore a non-discretionary selection process at the last study session. Once council direction is received on the equity program, staff will return with an ordinance and options for a selection process. It was recommended that if not developing an enhanced equity program, which I'll discuss shortly, a percentage of permits for equity applicants should be set aside and their applicants be prioritized by opening the application to equity applicants before making it generally available. This will help ensure a share of equity licenses are exclusively available for equity applicants that may otherwise face challenges in participating in the cannabis industry, as illustrated by cities that created an equity component after development of the regulatory ordinance. It was recommended to keep the process simple and always include background checks and ownership structure transparency as a requirement, while also not making the eligibility criteria for equity applicants too broad to encourage wide participation. It was emphasized that it should be required that equity applicants have at least 51% ownership in cannabis businesses. It was also recommended to develop business assistance tools such as an interactive GIS cannabis map to identify existing cannabis locations, especially should a buffer between cannabis businesses be implemented. This is an example of a tool the city would need to develop to help all cannabis operators learn and find information on the basics of how and where to start a business. Lastly, for process, it was recommended that the sale of permits should either be prohibited or restricted to ensure the continuation of the equity program. This is an important future consideration after the development of a cannabis program, particularly in the context of an equity program. The sale of permits would need to be restricted in some capacity if the program's goal includes reserving a percentage of permits for equity applicants. However, the impact on equity applicants' potential to receive the full benefit of their investment if their licenses are valued different than non-equity applicant licenses in the market needs to be taken into account. This is a consideration that council is not being asked to provide direction on at this time, but is being highlighted as a component that will need further study. From the lens of staffing, it was recommended to create a dedicated cannabis department to provide appropriate regulatory oversight and enforcement and provide the hands-on necessary educational, technical, and business assistance to equity applicants. The level of staff time and resources required to effectively assist equity applicants was repeatedly emphasized. Even for cities that developed their cannabis program and equity program in-house, all cities had staff dedicated solely to the cannabis program. This would require additional staff and/or consultant support to assist equity applicants and ensure appropriate oversight of cannabis businesses. For permitting, it was cautioned that equity applicants may be allowed in more desirable areas of the city with less restrictive locational requirements, which may cause opposition from non-equity operators. It was recommended to explore possibilities of not providing a vested right to run with the land for cannabis uses, as a vested right would not allow future adjustment of operations should the cannabis program evolve and limit flexibility of the cannabis program's implementation. Lastly, it was recommended to understand the nuances of different cannabis operations for each permit type to have a successful program. Some cannabis equity program considerations to keep in mind are that the cannabis programs that do not include caps on the number of permits benefit the more capitalized businesses and force equity businesses to partner with more established entities. As a result, it can be hard to know if equity partners actually have control in the business. That there are high startup costs for businesses that make it challenging for the city to provide adequate direct funding for equity applicants. That it requires a lot of staff or contract services to provide hands-on technical, educational, and business assistance. That equity program funding relies largely on state grants, which can have a fluctuating allotment of funds each year and is not guaranteed funding source. That ultimately could mean the program may cease if alternative funding resources are not identified. Additionally, state legislation mandates that the grant funding be appropriated so that 80% is for direct funding to applicants, 10% is for staff, and 10% is for technical assistance, which may conflict with equity applicant needs, and which is to consider setting aside program revenue for equity programs, such as programs as an alternative if it is intended to supplant the cannabis equity program. I'm now going to walk you through the two policy options, standard equity and enhanced equity, for a cannabis social equity framework based on the comparative research and lessons learned from other cities. The ordinance-only column is presented as a baseline for comparison only of the two policy options. All options include the development of a cannabis adult use ordinance, and where standard equity and enhanced equity differ in terms of the equity program is that a standard equity program is derived from the best general practices and examples from other cities, informed by the Santa Monica Equity Assessment, while an enhanced equity program would be tailored with components created from the comprehensive Santa Monica specific equity assessment findings. In terms of timeline, development of an ordinance with no equity program would take approximately 12 months with completion by December 2024. A standard equity option would take approximately 12 to 18 months with completion by June 2025. An enhanced equity option would take approximately 24 months with completion by December 2025 for the initial components. However, it would require ongoing support due to the likelihood of direct and technical assistance. In all options, an equity assessment will be conducted as directed by City Council at the last study session. As Jing previously noted, we have received the state's Go Biz grant, Type 1 funding in the amount of $40,000 to conduct an equity assessment. An enhanced equity program option would require additional funding to cover costs for consultant services for the preparation of a Santa Monica-specific equity program, whereas a standard equity program would be developed by staff. Additionally, staff would need to apply for state Go Biz Type 2 grant funding on an ongoing basis with an enhanced equity program. In addition to the cost of developing and funding the equity program, the anticipated staffing needs would escalate depending on the policy option chosen. Existing planning staff have capacity to undertake implementation of the ordinance-only option. A standard equity program would be staffed by additional interdepartmental staff and/or contract staff for ongoing management of a cannabis program. An enhanced equity program would require 1 to 2 full-time staff dedicated to the cannabis program and equity applicants. However, it depends on the number of cannabis businesses and desired level of regulatory oversight. An ordinance-only process would be first come, first served, and based on zoning regulations. A standard equity program process would be an administrative non-selection process, such as lottery or first come, first serve. An enhanced equity program process would be a discretionary selection process, such as an RFP. To illustrate some of the potential program elements for these two policy options, standard equity could include application criteria specific to equity applications, fee waivers, expedited application review, and reduced or eliminated buffer requirements. Enhanced equity could include program elements such as business development assistance and mentorship, workforce training, assistance with accessing startup capital, assistance with expunging cannabis-related criminal records, and utilizing cannabis tax revenues to fund community reinvestment. The cities of West Hollywood and Culver City did not conduct an equity assessment and do not have equity programs. The city of Palm Springs has an equity program following the standard equity framework option, and the cities of Long Beach, San Francisco, Oakland, and Los Angeles have an equity program in line with the enhanced equity option. I want to highlight that the cities who have enhanced equity programs are considerably larger than Santa Monica, and Santa Monica is more similar in size and population to cities with standard equity programs or with only a regulatory ordinance. This slide summarizes the trade-offs between the cannabis equity framework options. The ordinance-only option prioritizes time, costs, resources, and revenue, but doesn't consider cannabis equity. On the other hand, the enhanced equity option prioritizes cannabis equity and is based on Santa Monica-specific findings, but is extremely cost and resource intensive on an ongoing basis and will take longer to develop. Based largely on available existing staff and financial resources, staff recommends that an adult use cannabis ordinance be developed in concert with a standard equity program. The standard equity option balances timing, costs, and resources, as it would initially include an administrative selection process and would not require additional staffing to develop the equity program. It will build in best practices equity components. However, the program will not be based on Santa Monica-specific findings. And I'll now pass the presentation over to Tony Kim to review locational requirements and next steps.
Thanks, Shira. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tony Kim, Principal Planner. So we'd also seek some council feedback on potential locational restrictions for cannabis businesses. This is a map that the council saw at the last study session, and what it shows are the eligible parcels for cannabis businesses, and this is based on identifying the sensitive uses that are recommended by the state, which are schools, youth centers, and daycare centers, and applying the 600-foot buffer from these sensitive uses, as well as a 600-foot buffer from the existing retailers we have in the city. And what you're left with are the parcels that are highlighted in yellow, which are the eligible parcels for cannabis businesses. The council had given us prior direction about their concern with oversaturation of cannabis businesses. Also that the buffers around the sensitive uses can be increased or decreased with the council direction to be using the 600-foot state recommended buffer. Other mechanisms to control the number of businesses include having a minimum distance between cannabis businesses, as well as potential limits per block or geographical area. So what these next few maps show are the application of various buffer distances between cannabis uses. All of these are hypothetical maps that show the number of potential locations that could be based on eligible parcels depending on the size of the buffers. So this first map shows a smaller 300-foot buffer between cannabis businesses. So you'll see on this map the dots represent potential cannabis businesses along with their 300-foot buffer for the eligible parcels that have been identified. And what that gives us is about 62 potential cannabis business locations using that 300-foot buffer between cannabis uses as well as the existing cannabis retailer locations. If you increase that buffer to 600 feet around these sensitive uses as well as the existing retailers, what results is about 38 potential cannabis business locations given our eligible parcels. And if you increase that buffer even further to, let's say, 900 feet, that reduces the number of hypothetical locations to about 29. Again, these are hypotheticals given the existing sensitive uses we have currently for schools, youth centers, and daycare centers. It can be fluid. You know, the number of these locations may change over time, which would affect the number of eligible parcels. But as a snapshot in time now, these are the potential numbers given these different buffer distances. So the next steps in the process, basically we are actively in the process to hire a consultant to conduct the equity assessment. We anticipate that to commence soon and be completed before the end of the year. At the same time, we will continue to develop the cannabis ordinance as well as apply for additional equity grants to assist in the development of the equity program. The timeline for the development of the equity program will depend on the direction we get from council on the expansiveness of the program they wish to see. And next year, we will continue to apply for further grants to implement the equity program. So with that, the key policy questions we have for council tonight. One, regarding the equity framework, would the council like to look at a standard or enhanced equity option? In terms of locational restrictions, should there be an additional buffer around any particular uses in the city? And in terms of distances between operators, does the council have a preference in terms of the distance for the buffer? And in addition to the distance between operators, should there be any additional restrictions that the council would like to consider, such as no more than one cannabis business per block or geographical area? So those are the questions we're looking for some feedback on. And with that, we are available for any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Terosas, start us off.
Thanks. I have some questions. As part of this analysis, did we look at a litigation exposure to the different options as part of the different options?
In terms of the expansiveness of the equity options?
And also the method by which we would choose the equity operators, because there's been a lot of litigation in this space.
Yes, I'm sure we would take a look at that given prior experience with our medicinal program.
I would just say that I'm asking these questions because I have like a little bit more background knowledge on this topic than I think like the normal layperson. There's been a lot of litigation with respect to the RFP process. The lottery process is a much more defensible process, in my understanding. So I see that lottery is on the standard equity program. I guess I'm not familiar with this like standard and enhanced equity formula. I can't tell, is this like a state term of art, or is this just something we came up with to help us make a decision here?
That was our terminology to help.
Okay, because I would say that an RFP does not do anything for me, just FYI. That, I think there's a lot of risk with us doing that. There's a lot of actors in this space that will prop up the equity applicants, like you mentioned very briefly. I'm sure you've heard this from other folks from other jurisdictions that have done this. You'll have private venture-backed firms who will come in, prop up the equity applicants, put something really good together, but then in terms of who's actually benefiting, it's not the equity applicant, right? But they've met all of the requirements on paper. So I think we just need to be careful about that aspect as well. And I would just say on the method by which we choose someone, I absolutely think it needs to be a lottery. In terms of the enhanced program versus the program you're recommending, are we planning to include technical assistance, access to capital, navigation through the permitting process, decreased permitting fees, et cetera, in the program that you're recommending?
Well, I mean, I'll take a stab at answering that. I think depending on the direction we get, we'd have to come back with recommendations to fund those programs. I mean, right now, we don't have any of that budgeted, so until those resources are allocated, we'd have to wait for that time.
Because I think there's been a lot of money. I know you got the GoBiz money, but there's $15 million of GoBiz money at the state that already closed. And I think the longer we take to make these decisions, the less money that's going to be available for us to implement an equity program.
Yeah, I think we recognize that. Also, just the size of we're not as
Right.
big as San Diego or LA.
Right.
They get like millions of dollars.
Right.
We wouldn't, our maximum cap would be much lower.
Absolutely.
We would. Just to go back to your question about the selection process. So, I mean, it's part of why we have like the idea of lottery in the standard, because I think we were, in doing the research, I think it was clear that if you really wanted the equity program to actually benefit equity applicants, it's impossible to not have some kind of a selection process. And, in talking to some people that have been working in the space about like what's a neutral way of doing that to address the kind of litigation concerns that you're talking about, it definitely leaned towards kind of a filtering criteria of some kind, and then leading to a lottery and kind of a time, like it's sort of like that process, I think is we didn't really see more options than that. I think every city's been grappling with that issue, and there's not kind of a magic bullet answer, to make it better, other than kind of this like modified, ideas around a lottery.
Right. I agree with that. And I can talk more about that, but I don't want to belabor the point. Did we consider, because I know other jurisdictions have done this, doing any sort of private fundraising to establish some sort of revolving loan fund with low interest loans for these businesses as they start up?
We have not considered that yet. I believe, once we get more into the meat of developing the program, we can consider those things. But at this point, we have not gotten that far.
Because I understand that other jurisdictions have approached philanthropy, and I would just say that we should try to do that. I know you said we have to rely on state grants. I think we can come up with some more expansive ideas to fund this. And then have you all considered, or will you consider offering some sort of conditional approval for the equity applicants so that they can start getting their financing in order and not have to wait, i.e. some of the lessons learned from the city of LA that it took 2, 3, 4 years for some of these equity applicants to actually open their doors and it significantly delayed their ability to get financing.
Yes, we're certainly open to all ideas at this point. And some of the lessons we did here kind of mirror that from other jurisdictions. So flexibility is definitely a key in the entire process.
Okay. I think those are my only questions at this point. Thanks.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Negretti.
I just wanted to simply ask, is it possible in the standard equity box, as opposed to what was the third one?
Enhanced.
And the enhanced. The enhanced one had utilizing the tax revenue to put back into the community, and I don't know why like that one can't be used in the standard, because I thought that was something we thought of doing anyways, and specifically also putting it towards substance use disorder programming and things like that. So can we at least move that item in, because that doesn't.
There's certainly flexibility in that. Those were really for illustrative purposes. It doesn't exclude anything from being included. But again, we'd have to look at the totality of the program and what resources we have. But certainly there's ability to include other elements for each program.
Okay, yeah. That was, because I think timeliness is important, but then also looking at the time that staff does not have, and striking that balance. But I felt like that was one that, I don't know what that takes out of the staff's time, but if we could move that to the middle tier gym membership, I thought it would make the standard list at least. I just didn't understand why that was over there, but that makes sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. Looking at the staff report, staff mentioned that the cities reported an oversaturation of cannabis facilities when there wasn't a cap instituted. But I noticed that of the cities that were surveyed, you didn't indicate how many cannabis facilities were in each city. Do we know, like, a roundabout figure how many are in each city? Like, what is an oversaturation? Because, I mean, obviously, we're familiar with all those cities.
Yeah, I think, what's considered an oversaturation varies, and different jurisdictions look at that differently. Some jurisdictions will look at having the number of businesses be based on population or population per council district, or something like that. In terms of the numbers, so we have some numbers of existing cannabis uses in the city. So for example,
Yeah, most of the information we have is around retailers because that's what was more readily available online on the state database and what we spoke to focus our conversations on with the cities. But Culver City has 2 retailers. Long Beach has 29. Los Angeles has 192. Oakland has 17. Palm Springs has 28. San Diego has 27. San Francisco has 73, West Hollywood has 14. And it differs slightly with, those were the ones that were approved. There are still some that are underway with available permits that have just been conditionally approved. So it's not completely reflective, but that's what's available right now.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it sounds like we need to put a cap for sure. Okay.
And some of those cities have caps.
Like which ones?
So, for example, San Diego, I believe, capped it to 4 per council district. That was their approach. The Culver City, San Diego, and West Hollywood all had caps.
Culver City, West Hollywood, and which other one?
San Diego.
And San Diego all have caps, okay. How many square miles is West Hollywood, do you know, again? It's like
1.5 or 2 miles.
Yeah, it's like 2. Yeah, because Culver City is 5. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of.
And I'll just also caveat that some of those are so high because they allowed their medicinal retailers to convert. So, for example, Long Beach, they had, I think, my notes. They had 32 medicinal retailers, and all of those were immediately allowed to convert to adult use. So that's part of the reason why there's so many.
The Long Beach you said had 29.
That's what they had at them, according to the state database, but in speaking with them, they had approved 32. Yeah.
Okay.
And that number fluctuates slightly, but so they also decided to allow an additional 8 permits that were just dedicated to equity applicants because their entire existing 32 retailers were all rollovers from medicinal.
Thank you for that. Would it be possible to see the buffer, the sensitive use maps? If we can look at the 600? Okay. So if that would allow 38, 29. Okay. And then what does the 900 look like? Okay. And in terms of, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the survey that you showed us when you surveyed the other cities, did you include what the buffers were for each one as well? I can't remember.
No, we did not.
You didn't? Okay. I'm just curious what their buffers were, because, like what they went with, and if they were more stringent or not, and if they added any other locations, because, for example, I would consider playgrounds at parks, if parks were located near commercial corridors. The one that comes to mind to me is like Douglas Park, right? It's right there, where the park is right there. Is it Douglas? Mm-hmm.
There could be one inside the Gelson's coming.
What? But I'm just saying, if we're talking about buffers. Okay. Thank you.
Mine's quick.
Councilmember Negretti?
It's super quick about those. In speaking of equity, if we oversaturate the city with too many, doesn't that create like too much competition maybe for like the small startup business owner? Are we thinking about that as well? Do you know what I mean? Is that an issue that we're looking at as well? And then I would assume that it also creates more work for this newer department that would be overseeing it, right?
It could.
Okay.
Council.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the report and the presentation. A quick question. In terms of location, has staff considered sort of what might be the most high-yielding locations, like in terms of like preference? Where can a dispensary, not all dispensaries would be equal, right? But where do you think a dispensary might be able to yield like the greatest amount of revenue?
Staff has not conducted that analysis.
Okay. Because one of the things I'm thinking in terms of like, how do we fund all these great ideas? Because that's really the principle that we're working off of, is how can we be more responsible than other jurisdictions, right? And for me, the equity program, I think, is definitely one way, aside from the other state regulations, implementing all that. But, in terms of the equity program, I would like to have staff consider more than just procurement, more than just, opening dispensaries, but why not, giving more access to the city's procurement program, so that, these entrepreneurs or business people, that fall within the equity lens or the equity guidelines can access other opportunities within the business, within doing business with the city. So it's not just, focused on, cannabis. If we have an equity program and we have staff, I'm sure they can think about when they prepare technical assistance or workshops or outreach, they can open up the procurement, the city's procurement process, more than just the dispensary. So that's one thing that I really want to emphasize. So that, the idea is to provide business opportunities, right? And I think we can fund it, especially if we do the analysis and we find out that, if there's an opportunity to have something closer to the beach, boardwalk, for example, if that runs for a year or two, you probably will make enough revenue to fund, these great ideas that we have, and sort of like a staggered approach to opening dispensaries, I think would I'd like staff to look into that to see if that might provide an opportunity for us, because other than that, I don't see us have, I don't see these, people that meet the equity sort of, criteria, that they'll have the capital, the training and so forth to succeed, in opening those types of businesses, but really, any other type of business. So that would be something that I really want to emphasize on. And then the other thing that I was just talking to others, you know, in terms of how other programs, other cities, like what they have going on, I think, you know, anything that we can do to take some of the revenue generated, and I heard that we can do this through the tax, you know, so it doesn't have to be through ordinance so much, but we could dedicate it to the tax as well, is, you know, substance abuse prevention programs. So funding, youth centers or schools, clinics that focus primarily on substance abuse prevention, you know, in young people, you know, so that we know that as we move forward in opening, you know, dispensaries, that in terms of, you know, parents or others concerned that we're opening up more access, you know, to cannabis, that we're being responsible with that, you know, to provide substance abuse, you know, treatment, prevention programs, you know, to keep our young people away from abusing any type of substance, but definitely, you know, there's also substances that are a lot more harmful and dangerous right now in our society, and so it'd be very important that we tackle those problems as well. So you know, really coming back with, as we roll this out, you know, a dedicated revenue stream to fund, you know, addiction, substance abuse prevention, all those types of services, I think would really make for our program being more responsible. And if we can accomplish those two things, you know, to have a real strong and workable and viable equity program, and then dedicated funding for substance abuse, you know, addiction prevention services for our youth in our city, I think would be a more responsible way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember De La Torre. And a couple things. One is, so we do have work underway in the finance department to look at the issues of equity and procurement for the city, and that work is ongoing. And I don't have a read on when that will come back to you, but that's definitely in process. And then I think secondly, regarding your second request, I think there's a couple of different ways that could be accommodated. I think one would be through the budget process once we understand how many stores are to be opening and what the revenues would be. Also, an opportunity could be to augment the Human Services Grant Program, potentially with an emphasis or focus in this area when we go out to look for future funding awards too. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to address what you're raising.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for the presentation. To Councilmember Trosis's point, when it comes to these buckets of equity, equity plus or enhanced equity sounds really good on paper, but I mean, it's my experience, or in my reading and research, all the cities that you mentioned that have programs like that, for lack of a better word, were a complete mess. Is that an accurate summary?
They definitely expressed the challenges and difficulties of implementing their programs.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, maybe our terminology might bias us one way, but the research and the lived experience seems to be that even if we do care about equity, we want our program to work, and we want people who are deserving to get permits and be able to open. So it's of my opinion that standard equity might in fact be more equitable if it has less overhead and it works better. When it comes to this idea of buffers and these different scenarios that you've laid out, when you talk about, you know, one set of buffers for sensitive uses and then another set of buffers on top of that between potential locations, I mean, you are effectively setting a cap with those buffers, aren't you?
Yes.
I mean, if you're doing a 900-foot buffer on top of a 600-foot buffer, you're saying there's 29 eligible parcels in the city of Santa Monica that could even have a shop, roughly, correct?
That's correct.
So that's effectively a 29 business cap, but in fact, it's actually much less than that, correct?
It would depend, but this gives you kind of a rough estimate of the total number of cannabis businesses, not just retailers, but if we were to have other uses such as industrial uses or lounges or whatnot, it captures the full breadth of cannabis.
Right, but you're literally saying that's literally every parcel in the city that could theoretically shift their business and their use to this new use.
That's correct.
but theoretically, but most likely a highly successful business that exists in our city would be unlikely, every single one of them, to shift their use just because they suddenly exist between buffer zones. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, there's been no application, for instance, of any sort of feasibility analysis as to like how many of these parcels might actually shift their use as opposed to just geographically be feasible.
That's correct. This is strictly geographical.
I mean, just because we say that grocery stores or nail salons are legal in the city of Santa Monica, we wouldn't expect that every store in the city of Santa Monica become a grocery store or a nail salon, right? They're limited by other factors. So if you went to this most restrictive one, say, that would limit us to, say, 29 possible locations, wouldn't it be highly possible that none of those locations, in fact, would be suitable for various reasons? Either there's a highly successful business already operating there, or it's not the right size or location that would work, or any number of other things. I mean, how can we guarantee that there'll be any successful locations when there's only 29 possible ones in the entire city?
That's a good question.
We can't. I mean, it's a market issue. We can't guarantee how successful they'll be or if they'll fail. 100%.
But how can we even guarantee that they'll be able to find a single location if we're only giving them 29 options?
We can't. I mean, because we can't guarantee anyone will lease to them or anything.
I think one thing to clarify is like these are, as we said, these are hypothetical maps, you know, so these are actually like when you have a 900-foot buffer, you actually have 400 eligible parcels. For the purposes of this exercise, we had to understand like what's worst case scenario. So the methodology from the mapping starts from like the outside in. Depending on where the dot moves, you know, it could be, I'll just use the example of like, let's use the one near the top, like the east end of, I think it's like Pico, let's say if a business opened not at the most eastern or western end, but it opened in the middle, right? That might knock out a whole bunch, you know, like you might not get 2 dots in there, you might only get 1, depending on what parcel that sits in. So this was intended to kind of demonstrate like sort of like maximum possible hypothetical thing, plus or minus, obviously. I think the other thing to balance is like we do have, you know, some experience with this because of how our medicinal use cannabis program unfolded. And I think what we found is that when you put so many restrictions on it, we ended up with like, you know, effectively like 5 locations in the whole city where you could locate. And I think what we saw was it ended up being like effectively a windfall for whoever the property owner was. And it was like whoever could bid the highest, you know, it really was a challenge then to actually find a location. If you were chosen then to find the location and then apply for the CUP. And that took a really long time for the selected operators to do that because they had to come to terms with those landlords. So I think it's really hard to answer your question as to like what's successful. I think that, you know, what we're trying to illustrate here is that we've seen 2 approaches with cities. They either have like the absolute cap or they've developed this sort of thing where you end up with kind of a natural cap, if you will, just through a buffer system. But I think you do want to keep in mind that you don't want to make it so restrictive. Like if you actually want an adult use cannabis program, you know, you can't have, I wouldn't recommend you have one where you have only like a handful of locations in the city, you know, because we've seen the results of that. You know, you will not get probably anybody just because of how, what, you know, the kind of hyper competition it creates because you're sort of taking the demand and, you know, putting it into just a small number of spaces. So just something to consider.
Yeah, I guess that's, you know, based on that and my line of questioning, I mean, I guess my question is sort of, I mean, what is your advice? I mean, you said it was very difficult to find locations under the medicinal restrictions. Were those simply the 600-foot buffers alone or from sensitive uses or?
I think we identified more sensitive uses, wasn't it?
Yes, the
Right.
list of
Oh, right, there was a
uses
zone.
was much greater. It included parks and other types of uses. So that severely limited the number of eligible parcels there were.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you think that, I mean, you've sort of laid out a few options at least, though. I mean, is there any opinion from staff, you know, among the various zoning sort of restricted options as to what would actually enable cannabis businesses to find a location?
I don't think we've necessarily gone that far. I think we agree with the council's direction not to go smaller than 600. So that's why we provided the 600 and the 900. But I don't think we're at a point yet where we have a recommendation, but we will get there as we continue to develop the ordinance.
Okay. And I mean, do we have, I mean, this, I should know, I guess, but do we allow bars to sell alcohol or gas stations to sell cigarettes within 600 feet of sensitive use sites in Santa Monica?
Yes.
So what's the theory about why we need to do this at all?
It's the state. This is a state requirement, so we're keeping in line with that.
The state requires the 600 feet buffers from the sensitive uses. That's their default. At the last council study session, it had been brought up that we look into buffers between cannabis uses, so that's why we brought these different options. But I wanted to point out that some other cities actually do treat some of the cannabis uses similarly to alcohol, where it's not, it's actually just not treated any differently than like that type of entitlement.
Got it. I mean, theoretically, if you walk into a bar, they're supposed to see if you're the right age before they serve you alcohol, right? I assume they do the same thing, or they're supposed to do the same thing in any cannabis dispensary?
That's correct.
And, you know, my kid goes to a daycare. I mean, I assume they wouldn't serve him if he wandered into a dispensary. I don't know, hopefully. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I did a lot of research on this about a year ago when we first started talking about this. And I went to talk to some of the retailers, talked to manufacturers in cities from Santa Fe Springs to Downey, all around the LA area. So my first question, I think, is on the equity program. I noticed that at least 2 cities that you surveyed didn't do an equity program. Are they developing one later, or? So my other question is, with the equity program versus, when I talk to people like in Wanimi, cities like that, right, they had the retailers all contribute to a fund, which funneled into a nonprofit, and that nonprofit actually funds their Boys and Girls Clubs, among several other nonprofits in their city. So they didn't do an equity program. What they did instead was there's the tax at 8, 9, 10%, whatever that would be, and then they had a percentage of sales that went into a nonprofit fund right at that point. And I know other cities have done that too, which is not necessarily an equity program, but it really provides, it doesn't provide the hiring, but we can put in an ordinance that local hire requirements have to be met, correct?
Into an ordinance for cannabis?
Yeah. Can't we determine that so much additional of their sales goes into a fund?
Well, I think you have discretion through the budget process to allocate any revenues that are generated by the tax.
Right.
And so, as I mentioned before, and I was responding to Councilmember De La Torre, you could say, hey, we want to take some amount of that tax revenue.
That goes into the substance abuse, that goes into youth sports or whatever. Right. Without a full equity program.
Correct. But on the local hire piece, I'll defer to you, City Attorney.
Huh?
I'll defer to the City Attorney on the question about local hire.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Right, there are various forms of local hire. You may not be able to mandate you must hire people from Santa Monica, but you can say things, for example, you must first advertise in Santa Monica, give a preference to those in Santa Monica and that kind of thing. There are forms
And your
of that.
goal is a diverse hiring process.
Right.
That we hope they'll follow. Because I've seen that in a couple of cities where they've used diverse hire. So I guess what I'm worried about is it looks like we've already been at this a year, longer, and we're talking about probably another year. 8 months, I know, but then beyond that. So I'm trying to figure out how we expedite the process, number one. How we make sure that if we don't do an equity program, that we do the equivalent of an equity program. And the equivalent to me is making sure money goes to help programs in the city and help people in the city. and that we do our best to request local diverse hiring. So I've heard of that being done in some other cities. So that's one of my questions. And where they've done an equity program, let's say, is the equity program in Palm Springs had an equity program? So is the equity program in Palm Springs doing better than just the ordinance in West Hollywood? Is there a way to quantify what's going on between, let's say, two cities and saying one is doing tremendously better for the young adults in one community than the other community? So I guess what I'm trying to say is in Palm Springs, is their program tremendously more successful and they're helping more people because of their equity program than, let's say, West Hollywood? Because I walked into the woods, I had a tour of the woods one day, and their entire, every employee on the floor and in the patio area, et cetera, were all diverse hires. So that's my question. And the same operator runs the woods, same retailer runs Urba in LA. And to me, I walked into two Urbas as well, and it really looked like the equivalent of the same diverse hiring at both West Hollywood and Marina del Rey and right across our border in West LA. So I guess what I'm asking is the equity program showing significantly better results for a city, not LA, not Long Beach, because they're both a lot bigger. But in the smaller cities, is it if in Ventura County, in Oxnard, in Waneme, in West Hollywood, is it showing tremendously better results that we should be waiting for an equity program? Or could we do an ordinance and then look at an equity program later?
So that's a very difficult question to
I'm giving you four questions at once. I know that.
Yeah, there aren't necessarily specific metrics to measure the successfulness of an equity program. Every equity program for every jurisdiction is different. They've got different elements, different components, based on different results from their equity assessments. So it's hard to compare, jurisdictions like directly. What we definitely have seen is that most of the cities that we have studied have implemented their equity program after they've already implemented an ordinance.
Explain, sorry to interrupt, but that's sort of what I was getting to. Can you do the ordinance and then can you follow up with an equity program?
That's not.
And does it affect the businesses that still opened?
We can tell you that based on our conversations with other cities, it's not ideal to follow the ordinance with an equity program later. It makes things a lot more difficult to integrate an equity program into a developed adult use ordinance. I think we in Santa Monica, we have kind of a unique opportunity here because we don't really have an adult use ordinance yet. So the opportunity to build in the equity program at the same time in the ordinance will be beneficial and I think really help our equity program with the fact that we can implement it from the beginning, from the ground up. And so that's part of why I think the timeline is a little longer, is because we want to, I think, ensure the actual viability of our equity program by implementing it alongside the ordinance.
And I guess I'm going to go back to an earlier question, maybe more directly. Is there a reason other than it's fashionable right now to have an equity program versus a simple ordinance? And that's why I was asking for a comparison, let's say, between West Hollywood, who doesn't have one and has a number of cannabis outlets in different types, versus, let's say, Palm Springs, which is working better, not in terms of revenue, but which is working better in terms of diverse hiring and making sure that there's a benefit to the community.
I don't know if we can say one or the other is more fashionable. We are pursuing an equity program, given that that was the council's direction at the last study session.
Okay. As far as buffers, how's Costa Mesa doing? Talk to me about them right now. Costa Mesa put in no limit on the number of outlets, and they basically opened up the whole city, except for state mandated buffers around schools, et cetera. They opened up the entire city to cannabis. Tell me how that's going.
Well, we can certainly look into Costa Mesa, but that was not one of the cities we had studied.
I thought that was because Costa Mesa, I know I mentioned that last year. I'm sure I did because I had just listened to their city manager and council talk about their opportunities at a League of California Cities conference. And so Costa Mesa, and I don't know if it's changed, but Costa Mesa determined that they would not put any limits in, that the only limits were the state 600-foot buffer. And other than that, they were open. So my question was, if they put in, let's say, 20 outlets, did 10 of them go belly up because the competition was so close and they weren't great retailers? Or, I think as Councilmember Zwick sort of mentioned, maybe I'm paraphrasing, so I may not get it right, but the question is, isn't the retail market the same as everything else? If you put 12 shoe stores next to each other, they're probably not all going to make it. So at some point, the retail market, and I think you mentioned that too, City Manager White, is the retail market will also help clarify what's going to work. So if you have, most people are not going to put 3 cannabis stores on a block because they're all going to fail. So my question is, on the 600-foot buffer, right, you have 38 potential sites in the city, right? Okay. And minus, now there are areas where there are no schools, no church. There's a couple of those in the city, very small. But in those areas, is that 600-foot barrier doesn't preclude stores from opening in the same 2 or 3 block area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, because originally when I looked at this, I looked at zones, but I realized if I recall from what you guys said last year, it was hard to preclude zones and made the selection process much harder. Am I right on that? I think that's what you said, Jing. Oh, well, we'll just say that you said it. No, we won't. But so that's my question is that, because originally I looked at, well, you could do something on the boardwalk next to the pier, you could do something on the promenade, you could do a lounge in the promenade, you could do a store in Ocean Park, one on Montana, East Montana, one in maybe East Pico or East Ocean Park. And you'd pretty much, that would be enough in the city, because otherwise the retailers, they wouldn't make any money either. But is that more difficult to do a zone versus the 600-foot limit?
I mean, the direction we got from council at the last study session was to look at all of the non-residential zones, so that's
Right.
what we did.
Well, and all I'm asking is it better, let's say on the promenade, to say there could be one store, one lounge potentially, but not 3 stores per block.
I mean,
Is it harder to do that than just say the 600-foot buffer?
Well, I do, in the staff report, right, you did mention that there's the buffers, and then there's a question about whether or not council wanted to regulate, like, only allow 1 per block per se.
Yeah, or 1 per zone or whatever.
Yeah, that's an additional layer that the council can definitely think about. What we're presenting is just the buffers.
Right. Is it more difficult to choose the 1 per zone or come up with zones in the city? Is it harder for you guys to do that or harder to justify legally? Does that make sense, or am I not making any sense?
Can you clarify, are you asking us, like, for example, if you were on Montana?
If you said, I'm going to do 1 on Montana, we'll allow 1 on Montana, we'll allow 1 beach area, we'll allow 1 East Santa Monica, whereas we would divide the zones into 5 or 6 legal zones. Different than saying, no.
I think the one thing that I think we want to understand is like the rational basis for distinguishing between zones, like what's different between Ocean Park,
Okay.
Montana, or what's special, like, I don't think you want to be, I don't think it's
So
possible
the
to be arbitrary about it.
exclusivity may be harder to justify and
Yeah,
harder
I mean,
to do.
I think there might be something, like if you wanted to say like neighborhood commercial versus downtown, I guess.
Okay.
We'd have to give that a little bit of a think, in concert with the CAO as to whether that's like, again, is there like a rational basis?
Right, because I don't want to make it more
Here, but you're allowed
difficult.
there,
I'm trying to figure out a way to make it easier. So, all right, so the 600-foot buffer is probably what I would go for. Tax base. At what point do we determine the sales tax rate for Santa Monica? Because right now, we're at, what, 3, the state only?
So right
For
now,
the 2 stores that are open, or 1 store that's open, 1 about to open. We haven't determined a tax rate for Santa Monica, which means they're not paying us anything, correct?
no, so council adopted, when the voters approved the tax, it
Right.
gave council the
Up to.
option to raise it up to, I believe, 8 or
10%.
10%, but we're currently at 3%, and that is the tax that's being charged on the one existing retailer. So council by resolution can adjust that tax rate.
And that doesn't have to wait until the end of the year.
No, because you have an existing operating business, so you can adjust the tax rate on that business by resolution. We could do that through the budget process.
Okay.
We are initiating
Thank
a
you.
tax rate analysis as well as part of our efforts to look at the entire program. So we will get a more current tax rate analysis that we can bring the results of to council.
When do you think you'll have that?
We're working on a contract right now with a consultant, so it could take a few months after that. I think we'd want to maybe look at when we bring it back and when it makes sense to bring it back, perhaps with the ordinance itself, when the.
Do we have to use a consultant on that, or could the city council just establish a tax rate?
The council can, but I think the council would want some data behind that.
Well, we know that most cities are at 10.
Not necessarily. Other cities have differing rates, and part of the analysis will be to look at what other cities' tax rates are currently.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Cirrhosis.
Again, just real quick, the council has discretion to adjust the tax by resolution
Yeah,
at
because
any point in time.
Yeah, because, and thank you, sir. The follow-up on that, I just think I know Los Angeles is 10%. Other cities, I think West Hollywood's 10. I don't know what Palm Springs is. Culver City, I believe, is 10. So my question is, why would we go another 8, 9 months before we adjust the tax rate when that tax rate would benefit our residents?
Sure. The council can visit that at any time.
Okay.
But we'd be talking about the 2 retailers that are.
Right, but there's not we don't have to hold it for a study. That's what I was asking. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cirrhosis, sorry.
Thanks. Can you go back to the slide where we have the questions for us to weigh in on? Thank you. So I just want to ground us in why social equity. I think that we know that for decades, there's been an over-criminalization of Black and brown communities, specifically for minor drug offenses. And the whole point of these social equity programs is that we're centering the people who have been harmed by the war on drugs in our investments, and who can have an advantage at coming into the industry and earning revenue off of that industry. So I would say, to me, having a social equity program is non-negotiable. That's a best practice, and that's what the State Department of Cannabis Control is also obviously proliferated by all of this funding that's available for these social equity programs. I'm fine with the standard program. I just want to make sure that we are intentional about technical assistance, access to capital, an expedited permitting process, and making sure that we're creating conditional permits so that people can get their capital while they're still going through the entitlement process to get up and running as quickly as possible. I'd also say I would look at what the County of LA is doing. They're doing a dual track program where half of the licenses under the cap are going to like regular quote-unquote applicants who are just applying, and the other half are going to the social equity applicants. And so we're not waiting to start, like, to design a robust social, I mean, they're happening simultaneously. So I'm not saying that like every single permit has to go to a social equity applicant, but we absolutely have to have a social equity program. That's non-negotiable. In terms of talking about local and targeted worker hire, I think there are also some jurisdictions who are doing robust workforce pipeline programs, and there are also jurisdictions who are offering preferences to permittees who agree to hire union folks. So I know UFCW is very active in this space, and there are jurisdictions that are giving kind of preference in their, threshold process for people who are committing to hire union as well. So I just think that those are some considerations that we can put forward. I already talked about the fundraising. I think it's really important that we fundraise for this. And then I would also just say, if we don't feel like we have the capacity to do this in-house, I would consider looking at a contract model where we're contracting out for services with another larger jurisdiction who's already doing this and has already set up a program that works for us. I think that would expedite this, to Mayor Brock's concerns. In terms of the locational restrictions, I tend to agree with Councilmember Zwick. I think the market will dictate what we need. We've heard that there is not as much demand for this industry as initially thought. These things are heavily taxed and regulated. I would probably be in favor of the 600-foot buffer. And I don't think there should be an additional buffer. I don't believe that there should be additional
Your comments, correct?
restriction. Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting into it because we've been
went out of
talking about this
questions.
for a while.
That's okay. I just wanted to make
And
sure.
so that's my feedback, and I will be done.
So
Thanks.
staff could sit down then.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have comments before we go through the specific request? I see no other comments. So the things that staff want us to decide are, first, let's go with locational restrictions. Does anyone, I've heard 600 feet from one to two of us, three of us. I'll go with 600. But do we need to vote on each section, or do we just give you staff direction?
Yeah, it'd be helpful if we could just get council's direction on each one of the items. That way it's clear
Okay.
to all of us where to go.
Okay. Jesse?
I want to make sure we're on the same page. When we're talking about 600 feet, are you talking about the standard 600-foot buffer for sensitive uses, or are you talking about the additional buffer of either small, medium, or large between businesses?
I'm happy with the state buffer.
Got it.
So that would be question 2, would be any additional buffer around particular uses. So that right now we're operating from the assumption of the state mandate 600 foot, and then question 3 would be the additional between stores.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that, if staff believes that would
Are
still.
you good with the state buffer, or do you want an additional medium buffer?
No, if staff believes that there'll be enough suitable sites, with using that state buffer, then that's a fine place to start for me.
So just to be clear, it's
Vice Mayor Negretti?
the first lens is we apply the state buffer, then the second lens is we're applying either 300,
So we're talking
600.
about the state buffer first.
Okay, staying. Right.
Yeah.
So we're not increasing it.
I think we want to clarify, when you say just a state buffer, you're saying you do not want a distance limitation
buffer.
between operators. So the buffer will just be from the sensitive uses and not between the operators. Is that right?
No, I think right now we're just confirming first
Okay.
that we're just going to stick with the state buffer of 600 feet, not expand it.
Right.
And then we're going to go to the second question,
Yeah,
is what
so-
to do between operators.
Yeah, David
Okay.
put it a little bit differently. So, do you concur on the 600-foot state buffer?
If it's up to me, it'd be 900, but you guys want 600.
What does that look like on a map? Can you just put it?
Do you have a way to drill in on your map a little bit?
See, there's 300 right there.
That's 300. We're talking,
So this one, actually, if you take away all the, like, ignore the green dots and everything, like with just a 600-foot buffer, it's 437 eligible parcels in the city. So the two blue ones are our two existing medicinal cannabis retailers. The yellow parcels you see here are all of the eligible parcels with the 600-foot state buffer from sensitive uses.
Do you have can you give us a
This one? Yeah.
that one?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the same map. But.
Yeah, we don't have a map showing the 900-foot buffer from sensitive uses, given that the council's prior direction was that the 600-foot buffer from sensitive uses was adequate.
Yeah, I am too. Councilmember Zwick?
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Negretti?
I'm fine with the state, the 600.
Okay, so it'd be a 4-1 if we were voting. So that gives you direction on. Huh? Oscar, are you still there? I think he left.
I don't think so.
He
And
said
then-
something about his phone was running out or something.
And then the second question is now on location is to get council direction on what is the distance you want between operators, 3, 6, or 900? Or,
That's for the green dot, that's,
Okay, so that's the additional buffer now.
those two blue dots, are they 6?
That's the existing.
I know, but how far away is it?
They're
They are-
about 5 blocks.
Is that 6 or?
They're probably about 900 or more than that from each other, actually. Probably like 1,800 feet from each other,
Jesus,
almost.
Yeah, because that
Yeah.
was so restricted.
Yeah, well, no, it's, if you add the two radiuses, I mean, it's approximately, yeah. I think I remember that in measuring it, too. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess let's poll each other and start with Jess. Councilmember Zwick, sorry.
I think you would want to go with 300 because I just think that the more you create buffers upon buffers, the less actual sites there might be that are possible.
Because people still have to rent them and still have to have someone to lease it to them too.
And 300 is roughly the size of a city block anyway, is that correct?
City block's more like probably 600, yeah.
When you're going numbers?
Long way.
Yeah, but most of it, well,
Oh,
commercial
like
zones would be.
depth-wise? Yeah, depth-wise would be like 300. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
so that sounds good to me.
Okay, Councilmember Para?
No, fine, whatever.
Okay, Councilmember Tarosa.
voted, so, I mean,
Councilmember Tarosis.
I have to agree with the 300. I think the market is going to dictate what we need.
Okay.
And we're already restricting this. 62 isn't that many sites.
Councilmember Negretti, Vice Mayor Negretti.
I just want to point out that I think when we're looking at density, because I think I know what your issue is that the idea, you're thinking of all of these places opening next to each other, and I think what we're trying to do is say, we want to create the opportunity and equitability, and you can't do that if you make it so hard, yeah. So if you free up where you can get it, then the idea is that,
So you're at
so
300
I'm saying 300 for that reason.
Okay,
I just
I'll do
clarifying.
300 as well. That's question 2. What's question 3?
So this was about the restriction. Did you want to add like the no more than one per block or something of that nature? That's
I think we just did that with the 300 feet, didn't we?
pretty much, yeah. I mean, the way we mapped it, we kind of assumed the one per block, so.
Councilmember Zwick, do you want an additional restriction?
I do. But I'm gonna get outvoted, but I still put it out there.
Well, no, put it on the, tell us what you want.
I don't want more than one on a block. How about that?
Okay. No more than one per block?
I mean, if that is how
That's 300 feet.
Bing is saying that she mapped it,
Yeah, we assumed that in our mapping thing here, our methodology here, so.
We
that's
should
fine.
just say that.
Yeah.
That's- Yeah. How are you on that?
I live near
Vice
one,
Mayor?
it sucks, so I'm just.
All right, no more than one per block. Okay?
Now the equity framework.
All right, so the equity framework, we have,
Really quick.
we have 3 choices, right?
Wait, he has a
He
comment.
has something to say.
Quick question, in terms of a limit of 1 per block, are we looking at the, just one side of a block facing a street? Because in theory, you could have Okay, so you could have one facing,
You could have two per
right,
block, really.
around the corner, as long as the distance buffer's met.
Yeah.
Continue to aggressively go after funding to fund this, including like non-traditional sources of funding. And I'm just looking at all of the program elements. Yeah, I do think it's important that we have technical assistance for some of these smaller entrepreneurs.
Did you want to, you had mentioned the county program before.
Well,
where
I don't-
50% were,
Yeah, I mean, I think that you should talk, I believe I've put Mr. White or someone in touch with the office. Okay, yeah, you should chat with them about what they're doing, I think, to expedite. But again, none of the good programs are fast because you have to do it right.
Vice Mayor?
The standard, I don't want to belabor the same things. I'm just going to add on, just don't forget with the standard program utilizing the tax revenue to fund community programs.
Okay. Absolutely. Councilmember Para
Standard.
and Councilmember Zwick.
Yeah, I agree on standard, and I agree with Councilmember Negrete that it doesn't seem like it would be a onerous element to look at some form of community reinvestment of some portion of the revenues.
Okay, I'll go with that as well.
Great.
Are we good?
It's like we all had edibles.
Oh, God.
Unless I hear different, we got all we need.
Use edibles. Okay.
Ready for the consumption lounges?
Yes. Let's get the, no. Okay, are we good? Then let's move on to the next item. Staff, thank you for answering our inane questions, or my inane questions. Thank you very much for your help tonight.
Before 11 p.m.
Wait, we're not done.
We're not done.
Well, they are done.
Ordinances, public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and first reading of low carbon concrete policy ordinance and adoption of local amendment findings resolution.
All right, third time is the charm. We're here for our last item of the evening. And now that you have given your direction on the previous item, we're here to talk about how we're going to build the locations. Tonight, we're here to introduce an ordinance on low carbon concrete. And we've discussed greenhouse gas emissions reductions. We've discussed our pathway to carbon neutrality. And this is one of the programs that was called out initially in our climate action and adaptation plan. And Peter from my team is here to give you a presentation and then answer any questions that you might have. Let me introduce Peter.
You have a presentation?
I do. Right there.
I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. And Mayor Brock, council members, thank you for staying up so late to talk to me tonight. I'm here to present to you on the proposed low carbon concrete ordinance. Real quick, we'll begin with what is low carbon concrete. Low carbon concrete is simply a concrete mix that has the same strength properties of a traditional concrete mix, but uses less Portland cement and replaces that Portland cement with lower carbon alternatives. And that's important because making cement generates about 60% of the emissions in concrete. And so our goal here with this policy is to reduce that high emission Portland cement with lower emission, low carbon inputs. And you can see here on my little graph, those could be things like fly ash, slag, silica fume, or natural pozzolans. So you can use any of those in the ingredient mix for your concrete to get a low carbon mix. That's important because if you look at our current green building policies, we're really addressing the operational emissions, the emissions from the power to keep the lights on, to cook my food at home, to power my EV car. And this policy, we're looking at embodied carbon. It's an exciting opportunity for the city to address carbon emissions from the materials and the construction process for the first time. And so thinking about embodied carbon, why concrete? Well, there's a strong climate impact. We can achieve around a 33% reduction in emissions from a standard concrete design with this proposed policy. We really don't anticipate any cost premiums for using low carbon concrete. In fact, there's potential savings that we can talk about. The industry is ready. Local suppliers we've talked to in Santa Monica and the region support the proposed ordinance. They're already using low carbon concrete and supplying it to the market. The concrete industry is under mandate to reduce their emissions by 30%, so they're actively engaged with us on finding ways to reduce emissions in concrete. And the new state standard in the Green Building Code provides a low carbon concrete standard, which is what we're here to talk about adopting and amending for a local REACH code. And this is ready to implement. Our Public Works Department is already using low carbon concrete. And as I mentioned, low carbon concrete is on the market today. And people always talk about the cost. There's a lot of assumptions that low carbon concrete must cost more. This is a really informative graph from the Department of Energy report on low carbon concrete that shows clinker, which is just another word for cement, that Portland cement, has a much higher cost per ton than a lot of the common alternatives that you would substitute for clinker in a low carbon mix. So you can see just by using low carbon concrete, all other things equal, you're going to create a lower cost product that generates less emissions. And we've used low carbon concrete in Santa Monica already. If you go to the Woodland Cemetery, you can see the Moongate pilot project that a few years ago, Architecture Services created this beautiful Moongate Memorial. Using a really low carbon concrete mix, they replaced 67% of the Portland cement in the concrete mix with slag and fly ash to reduce emissions. So there's a cool example right in our own backyard. But if you want some more examples of low carbon concrete application, you can look at the One World Trade Center, where they replaced 71% of Portland cement in the concrete mixes used to build the One World Trade Center. And even the Wilshire Grand Center used a 25% fly ash low carbon concrete mix in its foundation. So you can get really strong, really resilient and durable concretes that reduce emissions. And there's some other policies I talked about. The California Green Building Code has a low carbon concrete standard. We've looked to Marin County, the city of Palo Alto. We've talked to the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, and even the Federal Government General Services Administration, are all government bodies with low carbon concrete codes. So how do we develop this proposed code? We did peer governmental outreach. I talked to our sustainability staff in Marin County, Palo Alto, and at the New York, New Jersey Port Authority. We held a meeting with building officials from Santa Monica, Marin County, and Palo Alto, sort of talk about the policy, talk about the applications of low carbon concrete. We went to the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment to get their feedback and support. And we really engaged our stakeholders deeply, whether it was our affordable housing developer, Community Corps of Santa Monica. We did a stakeholder engagement meeting with designers and architects in the building industry to get their feedback and support. And we talked to the cement industry intensely. The California and Nevada Cement Association even provided a training to city staff on low carbon concrete. And the major concrete suppliers in Santa Monica are all in support of the standards in our policy. So what are we doing with this ordinance? We're looking at the embodied carbon intervening code in Cal Green, and we want to adopt and amend that to create a local REACH code. To create section 8106.130, reduction in cement in the Santa Monica Municipal Green Building Code. That would require all new construction, swimming pools, and spas to comply with our ordinance. It creates a local cement and global warming potential limit compliance pathways. There are some important allowable increases and exemptions for flexibility. And our local amendment provides some compliance and verification steps. Let's talk about this some more. If you look at the Cal Green standard mandatory code that we're amending, it only applies to non-residential buildings 100,000 square feet or larger, or schools 50,000 square feet or larger. And in this local REACH code, we want to extend that to all building types, non-residential and residential, and all sizes of buildings, including swimming pools and spas. We're exempting smaller projects submitted over the counter. And we're also doing an important step by creating a local cement and global warming potential limits that provide flexibility for concrete suppliers and contractors to more easily comply. And our local limits are a 43% reduction from those Cal Green mandatory limits. So we're generating strong emissions reductions from what the mandatory limits would be. And this is what our compliance table looks like. I'll quickly walk you through this. We have two ways that you can comply with the policy. You can either choose to do a cement limit or a global warming potential limit. Without getting too technical, that global warming potential is a measure of emissions found on an environmental product declaration. So if I was a contractor and I needed to build a compliant building and I needed a 3,000 PSI concrete,
I would just look at the chart, talk to my concrete supplier and say, I need 3,000 PSI concrete with no more than 289 global warming potential units. And if that concrete producer has an EPD or an environmental product declaration, they can say, sure, here you go, here's your proof. If they don't produce EPDs, they can just, we can ask for just 410 pounds of cement in that concrete mix. And that cement limit is important because some of our smaller suppliers don't have those EPDs. So this way we allow flexibility and we're not limiting which concrete suppliers can produce concrete that comply with our policy. And just here's a graph to show this green line is the proposed global warming potential limits in our policy compared to those Cal Green mandatory limits. And it just shows the emissions reductions and the impacts that we're going to get by moving forward with a lower compliance level than what's in the state code. So we're going beyond, we're reaching beyond that state code. And we have some important exemptions. There is a supply chain exemption where if there's happens to be a lack of commercially available material to produce low carbon concrete, a building project can apply for an exemption so that they can use a standard concrete mix so that we won't slow down any development. There's also a cost exemption where if the cost of a low carbon concrete mix rises above that of a traditional mix, you can also apply for an exemption. And we have exemptions for emergency purchases. And we're also, this last exemption up there is we're not, mandating or trying to make any of the small packaged bags of concrete you get at Home Depot or Lowe's comply with the policy because we don't have control over that. Compliance and verification, we've also worked with the building community to make sure that this is straightforward and simple. There will be a compliance acknowledgement form and plan check that they must submit in order to get a permit. And then to verify that they have complied with the policy, they'll submit a verification form before or during their building inspection that has those environmental product declarations or mix designs with the concrete used to show they use compliant concrete, paired with a batch receipt from the actual supplier, so they literally showing their receipts to make sure that they are purchased and reuse the concrete that they told us they're using. And while I got through that fast, here's my recommended actions for council, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, does anyone have any? Council Member Terosas.
Yeah, just thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's great that we're doing this. I assume that this was generated just because we are seeing the innovations of other jurisdictions and want to implement something similar in our, yeah, okay. And then I know that you said in your staff report that it's a cost savings, and that you did a lot of outreach to the building community, but can we confirm that the material is available here locally and that contractors are ready to use this material and they know how to use it? Sorry, I'm not a technical expert. I just want to make sure they're ready and able to use it and this isn't like a burden or something like that.
They're ready and able to use it. They actually might be using it right now without it being labeled low carbon concrete because concrete suppliers are supplying it right now.
Okay, and they know how to, is there like a different technique that they would use to like pack the concrete with this different material? Okay, no.
And we have exemptions for if there was an application that required, there's a higher early strength increase in the ordinance where if they haven't, they need more cement content than our ordinance allows to create, higher early strength, they can do that.
Okay, well, I feel good about this and I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Council Member Zwick.
Thank you for this presentation. That's great. Weird question, but if it's cheaper and better, why would anyone be electing to use the current Portland mix that was both more expensive and more carbon intensive?
I think it's just because what I've heard in the industry is, someone's been using a mix for 20 years, they're just going to keep using that same mix. So this is just nudging people towards the sustainable option.
Got it. And then this is somewhat tangential, but it was a question I raised with the city manager. I love the idea of moving to a less carbon intensive concrete. I also love even more the idea of moving towards buildings that rely less on steel and concrete, including the use of mass timber, which I know has been legalized to, I think, up to 18 stories in California now, but we haven't seen much adoption of such projects. And I know a lot of that has to do with the capacity of supply chains and other things and use, people who know how to use it or want to. But is there anything we can be doing to incentivize those kind of buildings, which if I understand correctly, have actually embodied, carbon of even far less than even, perhaps something that like the ordinance we're contemplating.
Yeah, we began research on mass timber when we started looking at embodied carbon, and that's an area that I think we're prepared to continue looking into and seeing how.
Yeah, I'd love to think about not only whether we can, mandate things like this, but how we can incentivize the adoption of some of these other building technologies.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I second the mass timber idea, which you see a lot now, going up in Scandinavia especially. And when I first brought this to council, I had read a couple of articles in a row about carbon content of concrete, and really thought it was something in Santa Monica, it was going to be more sustainable and something we could do. So thank you for bringing this forward, for doing all the research on this. Thank you. Does anyone have any comments?
No, I'm ready to move the item if you are.
Okay. We have a move and Councilmember Tarosa seconded. All right, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Tarosis,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre is absent, and Mayor Brock.
Yes. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Item 10B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the text of the city's zoning ordinance to update provisions related to state density bonus law for consistency with recent amendments to state. Oh, wait, before we read this, we need to take a motion. It's after 11.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Okay, back to where I was.
Good catch, though, clerk.
Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the text of the city's zoning ordinance to update provisions related to state density bonus law for consistency with recent amendments to state law adopted by AB 1287 and making other minor changes, corrections, and clarifications.
Evening, Mayor and Council. This is kind of a presentation I think you've seen before, so I'll move through it relatively quickly and kind of, I think, get to maybe speaking a little bit to the Planning Commission recommendation. So purpose of tonight, to look over the key provisions of AB 1287, which is an evolution of state density bonus law. In a nutshell, it authorizes the potential for 100% density bonus on a project's base density in exchange for, in this case, additional moderate income deed restricted housing. State density bonus law already allows it for very low income units. If you do additional moderate income units, it unlocks this additional bonus. I'll also kind of talk to the Planning Commission's recommendation, which is coming in the form of not just the ordinance, but also a letter that the Commission wrote to the Council. So in terms of just kind of how it starts, to qualify for state density bonus law, you have to actually provide on-site units, and state density bonus law defers to a local inclusionary ordinance if you have one. So we have one. We require 15% on-site. Largely the projects that use these are bigger projects, so that's what I'm focusing on. It's the 15% on-site with the even distribution across very low, low, and moderate income. By doing that, projects qualify for a 50% bonus, which is bonus number 1. And we adjusted our program to align it with state density bonus law. This was at HCD's direction to ensure that the city's inclusionary ordinance didn't behave as a barrier for a housing project to use a state density bonus. So as long as you do 15% on-site, you qualify for a 50% density bonus. What AB 1287 does is it unlocks a second bonus if you do an additional up to 15% moderate on-site. So you can see there's an option to do additional very low-income units. I'm not really sure who would do that necessarily. It doesn't get you the extra 50% bonus. This bill at its core is really about kind of providing an incentive for moderate income units that does not exist in state law at the moment. So they have bonus number 1 and bonus number 2. So what this allows, it does allow housing projects to exceed a city's general plan and zoning. Even if it goes over the maximum limits, the city must allow projects that comply with state density bonus law in that regard. And then they're also allowed to ask for up to 3 incentives or concessions or an unlimited number of waivers. An incentive and concession is something that a project can ask for in terms of relief from our development standards, as long as the applicant can demonstrate that that incentive and concession would prevent, the project from proceeding forward because it results in a cost reduction. So I think the way that applicants typically prove this is, they say that they need relief from this standard in order to support the affordable housing projects, affordable housing units in the project. A waiver is when a standard is, as it sounds like could be modified or eliminated completely. And the standard there they have to demonstrate is that compliance with that particular standard would prevent the construction of the project. So it typically is things like building height or FAR, limits that sort of speak to like the physical development of the building. And it's a very high legal standard to demonstrate, if a city wants to go down the road of potentially denying a concession or a waiver. And AB 1287 has kind of further restricted the kinds of documentation we can ask for to support the request. So I think tying it all together, the inclusionary ordinance and state density bonus work together. You can see here that, you get a 15% on-site gets you a 50% bonus, 15% additional moderate gets another 50% bonus. There's the 100%. The project has an additional up to 3 incentives or concessions, an unlimited number of waivers, and the ultimate project, under the combination of both the Santa Monica ordinance and state law, you end up with 5% very low, 5% low, and 20% moderate is a very typical mix that we're seeing in terms of the project's affordability. So this is an illustration on a hypothetical 100-unit base project, which is allowed by local zoning standards. You then apply the AHPP with the 15% on site, so that's the 15 affordable units. That then gets you 50 bonus units by doing those 15 affordable units, so you now have a 150-unit project. The base is still 100, that never changes. And so in order to qualify for AB 1287, you do an additional 15% moderate income units. So the project now has 30 units that are deed restricted. Again, out of that 100, it doesn't keep growing with the bonus. It's always based on the base project. But the project now has 200 total units, 30 units affordable. So that kind of illustrates how it all works. You can see the progression across the multiple steps on how state density bonus works. So that's the overview of the bill itself. The Planning Commission reviewed this at their last meeting, and they recommend that the council adopt the ordinance as proposed for consistency with AB 1287. It's worthy to note that even if the city did not adopt the ordinance, we must still comply with state law. So regardless of if we take the action or not, we have to comply with it. And the commission sent the council a memo to ask the council to consider giving direction to staff to create a local density bonus program if a housing project provides affordable units off-site. So, as I talked about, state density bonus law only gives you a density bonus if the units are on-site. And the commission, I think in light of AB 1287, their concern was that this additional state density bonus, effectively makes the off-site option look far less attractive. Because you do not get a density bonus for providing affordable units off-site. And so the commission's letter outlines, what they think the program would accomplish and, what the justifications would be for the request. I think, some of the things that, we would kind of highlight for the council to consider in evaluating the commission's request. And it's not about building the details of the program, it's just whether the council is interested in exploring creation of that program. Is that, if we want to go down that road, this program would have to be more attractive and, equally or more attractive to AB 1287 in order for it to be successful if there was interest in doing that. I would highlight it is not necessary for our housing element implementation efforts, which are due in the fall of this year. If there's interest in going down this road, we probably would have to kind of take that on later after we do the things that we have to do. And, certainly, such a program could support more affordable units offsite. Again, this would be a wholly local creation, so there would be a lot of policy flexibility as to kind of, how you'd want to shape it, if there was interest in giving direction for us to explore that. And that's it. And this is the 3 recommended actions for the council tonight.
Vice Mayor Negretti.
Just wanted to ask, when you're doing these bonuses, they don't reference size, like family size units, and right? So you could essentially, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how would a developer get around just to create more market rate units, right? And benefit from density, but really just provide a bunch more single unit, 400 square foot.
We are seeing that trend, in terms of the request for incentives, is to basically eliminate, the city's kind of minimum. We kind of have like caps on the percentage of studios you can provide and minimums for 2 and 3 bedrooms. That is pretty commonly waived across projects. And I think that's just, their reaction to what developers feel they can rent in the market. So, it definitely has made it really challenging, I think, for us to implement any kind of like family size unit requirements if it's not comporting with the developer's, feasibility analysis for their project.
I just want to point out, when we talk about, the idea is to provide moderate income housing, right? That misty middle that we kind of always talk about. But when you're talking about somebody living in a 400 or 500 square foot unit, 80% of the income level, I don't, what is that number?
You mean AMI? Gosh.
Yeah, AMI. 80% of AMI is like.
It's close to like 100.
No, just.
I'll try to pull it up real quick.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
Like $90,000.
90,000, whatever.
I was like, it's close.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, who are we serving? I'm not that there's a population, not that there's a young population making that kind of money that doesn't need to be served, but I think most people at top of mind are thinking about the idea of families that are being pushed out and diversity. And when we look at, the diversity and the gentrification of Santa Monica, in large part, we can talk a big game about affordability and use these buzzwords about, moderate income, but when you break it down, you're really talking about unit sizes that are not going to house a family or even a single mother or single parent, father, whatever it is. Yeah. So that's my concern around using these buzzwords, making it sound like we're doing incentives and going out of our way as a city to do more incentives to supposedly include more of this moderate income opportunity, when in reality, developers are just going to find a way to skirt around, create more density to have fluid people moving out of small units. We're going to be serving the population of Santa Monica that we already know can afford to live here and afford to buy a $12 cup of coffee. We're not going to be serving the population that we say and tout that we are trying to welcome into the city and keep into the city. And that's my concern about it. And then just wanted to make a quick note about the idea of moving, giving density bonuses when you're putting it offsite. Again, going back to making it inclusive housing where everybody's living with each other, to me, that takes away from it. You're sort of saying we're going to put all the affordable housing off-site somewhere else. And I think when we have those conversations, we should talk to people who lived in housing projects and who grew up around them. Maybe some of us on council could participate in that. We can help with that because we can tell you what the experience is like. And I think a lot of times the people who talk about this stuff don't come from lived experience, and that's a big problem. There's not a lot of people who can come to the table in the city to have that conversation because we don't have a housing project here. But there's the Mar Vista Gardens in Culver City where plenty of people who can speak on that experience. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at that. Do we engage with people when we talk about like the community at all about what that would look like if we were to move housing off-site? I don't think it's fair that we don't include the people who would be serving in those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was an idea brought forth by the Planning Commission. It was not initiated by staff, to be clear, because we hadn't received any council direction to even look at something like this. Our inclusionary program does have an offsite option. It's had it for a very long time, and we've had a handful of offsite market rate housing projects that have used that option over the years. You know, and I definitely hear you in terms of the concerns. And I think that is not, I think that has influenced some of the changes that were made to the AHPP with respect to the offsite option, like the distance requirements and sort of like thinking through, you know, how to make that a more viable option. But I think to your question, you know, do we engage with communities? I think that if we were given direction to explore this idea, yes. I mean, you know, we would obviously go through a community engagement process, just like we did with the housing element, you know, where we certainly did engage residents who live in, you know, affordable housing projects, like to ensure that we have their input in this, or, you know, in terms of like the temperature of the community. But again, this is an idea. We're not doing anything that's in any direction.
But also when we're doing that, if someone's building off-site, I would imagine that they're looking at their cost. And if you're saying, okay, now I'm taking all my affordable housing, I'm getting this density bonus for more market rate, they're going to cut their costs when they build that affordable housing building. I mean, those tenants aren't going to get the same amenities that the people in the other unit are going to get. So inclusionary housing is really important because that's being equitable to providing the amenities, the building, and where it's located. You know, that's the whole purpose behind this. So I just don't want us to get lost in the mix here when we talk about this, you know, density bonus, and because we have a housing shortage crisis, we have an affordability crisis. And if we want to look at equitability and affordability, we have to look at people living together and having access to the same space. And if it means that we don't go taller and give builders the opportunity to make more money on units, you know, saying, oh, well, then we won't get it built, then that's what it means. Because I think it's better to go slow and give people the opportunity to live amongst each other. That's community.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick, and if we could stick to questions for a few minutes, please. Thank you.
Oh, I guess I never put this on.
On this, I mean, thank you first of all for this work. I mean, obviously the majority of it seems straightforward, that we're bringing our law up to the same, basically to mirror the state law around this issue. It seems like the big question is around this exploring an offsite option within this local density bonus program. I agree. I like with Councilmember Negrete, inclusionary units are important so that we have a real mix of affordability throughout our entire city. I did hear from the Planning Commission, though, that there are potential equity trade-offs in both directions because a lot of these inclusionary units, for instance, might not have access to a parking spot in certain new buildings, whereas almost all of our 100% affordable buildings are built with parking. Is that correct?
I think that is. I think you know, in talking with kind of all of our affordable housing providers, because I think more recently we've had, you know, a greater diversity of providers come into the city. I think their view on it is that yes, like parking is necessary for their residents. However, I think what we hear is like they're having to balance that against, because it's so expensive to develop affordable housing. It's like they're kind of making difficult choices around like, well, you know, we're going to provide as many spaces as we can, right? It might not be like exactly how maybe we used to require it under minimum. So I think that's right. Like I can't think of an 100% affordable that didn't have any parking proposed in it. I think I used to hear that they're like, well, it's great if we don't have to build it because it's really, really expensive, but they're recognizing that, you know, the tenants who live in them absolutely do need parking.
Got it. And when we're talking about these offsite options, we're not talking about building public housing projects. We're talking about building additional 100% affordable buildings like the one CCSM builds, for instance.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I totally agree that if we were to explore this, we should ask people, you know, who live both in inclusionary units and in 100% deed restricted affordable buildings, what their experiences are and what they prefer. I think that that would be a totally important part of it. And I don't see what the problem with exploring this option is while consulting such, you know, residents of both kinds of projects as to whether that would be important, in addition to exploring the notion as to whether we could actually get more affordable units with an offsite option.
Councilmember Terosas.
Thanks. I just want to clarify a few things. So when we say offsite, they still have to be in the city of Santa Monica, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And I would assume, in line with affirmatively furthering fair housing, that the offsite units would have to have the exact same amenities as, no?
No, I mean, I think I paused because again, this would be like a wholly local creation. So
Yeah.
you have maximum policy flexibility.
Got it.
In terms of any components that, you know.
I
you
think
would be able to include.
I'm just pretty concerned about disparate amenities and access being provided to the offsite units. And then, can you just clarify for me, because my understanding is that in some of these NMS properties that have now gone to their creditors, that there was like the NMS property that was market rate, and then there are these additional offsite deed restricted affordable properties that then these creditors don't know what to do with. I mean, are we looking at like some sort of similar situation where you have a market rate developer who's going to develop like a large property and then put some sort of conglomeration of units off-site that we don't have like an appropriate operator for?
So I think we have a lot of arms around, I'll just talk about our baseline AHPP program now. Like if you do provide the units offsite, you're required to partner with a nonprofit. So it's not just, you know, a developer who has no experience in that arena. They're required to do that. So that nonprofit partner has to kind of, you know, own or operate like in whole or part. They need to be an integral part of the equation. Secondly, we do require that the offsite units actually be constructed, like the C of O's issued either before or concurrent with the market rate.
Okay.
So there's a guarantee that actually happens.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, I mean, again, I think I agree with all of the comments that have been stated here. I don't know what your capacity is to come up with such a program. I don't know if we think that I know you said in the staff report that we would have to really create some great incentives to have this be utilized at a higher rate than what's already available. Is the juice worth the squeeze? What do you think?
You're asking me.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're the expert. I want to know, like, do you really have the capacity to come up with this?
I mean, right now, no, we don't. I mean, we need to do what we have to do with respect to the housing element phase 2 stuff, which is plenty in addition to the other things we have to be doing. So, you know, that's why I emphasize,
Right.
like, if there was interest in exploring this, we honestly would not get to this until we're done with phase 2 implementation, which again, never kind of really ends. But, you know, it would be like next year before we could even start beginning looking at this, yeah.
Like, so appreciate the planning commission and what they're thinking of. I just think that for me, this is not the number. We need to get, you know, affordable units built under the existing policies that we have now and help you implement the housing element. So I think that answer is helpful. Thanks.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Can you go back to the graph that shows all the density bonuses?
This one?
Yes, that wonderful graph. I want to clarify this just for the sake of people who will tune in tomorrow or later in the city. Is all this required by the state of California?
Yes.
Every single thing. So the moderate density bonus, the affordable density bonus, and that equals out of, if I recall what you just said, and I may not, but what I understood was when you put the two bonuses together, those are only based on the first 100 units. Mm-hmm. So if I'm listening correctly, you get out of 100 units, you get 70 market rate and 30 affordable middle-class units.
Yeah, that's right.
But then on the second 100 that they got through the density bonuses, we get nothing other than market rate housing. So you end up with, on a 200-unit building, right? You end up with 30 mandated affordable middle-class units and 170 market rate units.
Yeah.
Huh?
You get 15 before the bonus, you get 30 after.
30 total
Yeah,
is what I
because-
said.
It doubles.
That's what I said. 30 total affordable middle-class units, correct? Or you're saying there's 45? Moderate.
I'm just saying they both double. 50% stays.
No, they double she said on the second 100 units, there's no more affordable.
Yeah, that's right.
So 30 units total, correct?
You get, yeah, I think what the mayor is saying is that it's always on the 100, which is right, yeah.
Yeah, but the amount of units you get that are affordable in the project.
No.
Increases to 30, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, that's right, the way we said.
but 170 units are still market rate
That is right, yeah,
out of 200.
that's correct.
That's the rub. We're not able to get more affordable units when we've already more than fulfilled our market rate quota.
That's right, yeah.
That I want to make that clear for the ether right now.
Yeah.
I understand, and there is no way around that. The state has required that. There's no other twists, turns, somersaults, backflips, anything we can do to adjust that.
No, I mean, the statute says, like, you cannot impose like an additional inclusion requirement on the bonus, so you can't keep chasing.
And there's no way to disregard that new bonus.
No, I mean, if someone goes through the steps to get the first bonus, then they qualify for that second round.
And they decide they want to use it, they can get the
Then the city
rights
is obligated
for
to
it.
grant the bonus, yes.
Okay. Then in addition to that, Vice Mayor Negretti mentioned how do the requirements to provide a certain percentage of 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms is null and void.
Yeah, I mean, it's in our code, but like, I think I'm just sharing practically speaking, across a lot of applications that we're seeing now that.
But they
this
don't have
requirement
to
is-
enforce that. So we could say 10% has to be family units,
Yeah.
and they can say, screw off, we don't care.
Yeah, our code right now mandates, minimum 10% 2 bedrooms, minimum 10% 3 bedrooms. The 3 bedrooms is waived pretty regularly. 2 bedrooms.
Do we
provide-
have to waive it?
Yes. Again, if the applicant can demonstrate that it meets the standard under state law as an incentive or a waiver.
Then it disregards municipal law.
Bar is low, if they can demonstrate that, then we must grant it, yeah.
Okay. And lastly, the off-site issue. Sorry, because I said to someone else, we're not in comments, but I guess now we are. But sorry about that. But my only comment on that would be the Geary project. They're not building affordable units or rentals off-site. And they're doing what I thought was ideal. You don't know which unit is the affordable unit, which is a full freight unit. And I think that's the way we should be building. I don't like the idea. I've never been happy with Belmar Apartments because the condos looked, wow, the fascia looked good, and then all of a sudden you saw this sort of faux metal industrial facade for the affordable units. And I've never liked that. I've always been frustrated that since we put those in. So my comment would be that unless we're going to see units built like the Geary units, the apartments there, I think that's the ideal. The ideal was you don't know how much your neighbor's paying, but you're all living under one roof, which allows you to associate with each other, allows you to live with each other, and doesn't stigmatize those who have affordable housing. So I really favor that and don't favor the Planning Commission's recommendation. Sorry, Planning Commission. Okay. I see no other questions, any comments. We're good to go? Motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Vice Mayor Negretti makes a motion. It's seconded by?
Sorry, but did we give direction on number 3? What's the motion?
Ready to move 1 and 2 and
disregard Right.
number 3.
Yeah.
So you move to adopt.
Moving what, we're moving to adopt, I don't need to read it all, 1 and 2, and we're leaving off number 3.
Direct, yeah. Yeah, actually, just 1 and 2, right? Do we need to provide direction? I guess we just did.
Well, I think the direction is not to move forward with it, is what
Right.
I'm hearing.
Okay.
Just approving.
More staff resources at a later date.
Yeah, okay, do we have a second on Vice Mayor Negretti's motion? No?
I'll second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on it? All right. Oh, I like that, Councilmember Terosas. Okay, we're ready.
Sorry, it's just, the motion is to,
Go ahead with 1 and 2.
and the direction is to say, don't pursue this.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmembers Wick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes, that passes unanimously. And let's move on.
Item 16A, recommendation to rescind the appointment of Courtney Laurentano to the Housing Authority Board for a failure to attend meetings since appointment, and authorization for the city clerk to publish vacancy.
Sorry, I actually want to make a motion. I move that we approve 16A through E with one motion.
Mayor, I'd like to actually put in a second motion because I actually wanted to change the language on 16A.
Okay, sure. Okay, I will table that until we get to the next one.
Okay, but I like that.
Thank you.
I'm trying.
No,
So
I
let me go to
like
my
that.
notes for a second here. So may I talk
Yeah.
about 16A? Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, let me get to my notes. So for
And then we'll
16A,
come back to you.
oh shoot, hold the phone. Where did my notes go? I did this again. Hold on. Okay, there. I closed them on accidents. Yes. Thank you. Here's my notes. Thank you, Doug. Okay. So I'm concerned that the agenda title does not accurately reflect the circumstances. Ms. Loretano notified the Housing Authority that she had to leave her apartment. Excuse me. And so therefore, she was no longer qualified to be on the board, so she didn't forfeit the position. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion to rescind the appointment of Courtney Loretano to the Housing Board based upon her inability to qualify to be on the board, and direct that we return with the 16 item on May 14th meeting to appoint a replacement instead. Do I need to reread this?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Well, just one question.
Yes.
For the May 14th, 16 item, are you requesting a person's name, or just because otherwise we would otherwise open up the recruitment, if I understand?
We can put the person's name who the Housing Commission, or not the Housing, the RAB.
We can work through that, through the
Yeah.
16 item process. I just wanted to clarify if that's what you're aiming for. We can
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
So are we publishing the vacancy, or?
She was appointed. She didn't apply for it. It was an appointment that we did, an interim appointment to begin with, in the interim until the CAB was formed. And so that's what we want to do again, is just to make sure that there's someone there, because they're in the process of forming the CAB as we speak. So that's what we wanted to do. You second motion?
I seconded.
Okay. Can we?
Motion was made by Para, seconded by Brock.
And Councilman De La Troy isn't here yet, so we can just do a.
No. So any other discussion on this? Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, we can just do a voice vote since
Okay.
Councilman De La Troy isn't here.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye. Okay.
I did not vote aye,
Oh.
because I'm still a little bit confused, sorry. Are we saying, because this discussion item that we first had said to publish the vacancy.
And it was incorrect. That's why I said a motion, because it shouldn't have been worded that way. Because that's not, she never applied. There was never an opening for this to begin with. As a council, we appointed her based up.
But shouldn't we give other people the opportunity to apply for this? Sorry, I should turn this on. I guess I'm just unclear on process. I understand that we appointed her, but if there's now a vacancy and on the Housing Authority Board, I know we've had issues with like the compilation of that board, and I thought we were coming back with like a reconstitution of that. No?
It would still be an interim appointment, I believe,
How long would the interim appointment be for?
until they finally get their.
I don't remember.
I mean, I would think that we would want a transparent and a process where anyone who wants to apply can apply, just because we heard that there's a recommendation that we appoint. I'm hearing that there's a recommendation we appoint someone. I would still want the opportunity to like vet people and there to be a public application process. I mean, I understand that that's what we've done in the past. That's why I'm a little bit confused.
So if I may, and
Yeah,
the
thank you.
attorney's office can kind of jump in. So one of the reasons why this was an issue is that there has been inconsistency around the appointments for these two tenant appointments to the Housing Authority Board. Back in 2021, I think it was, we appointed 2 members via a lottery system. And then at one point, and I wasn't the clerk at the time, so I don't really know the whole entire history, but one of those seats became vacant. And then at that point, last year, council by a 16 item decided to appoint Ms. Laurentano to the position to fill at that time. So then when we got notification, the clerk's office only got notification that Ms. Laurentano didn't take the seat when we sent, the deputy clerk sent her notification that she needed to file her Form 700. And that's when we got a response from her that she never took the seat because she wasn't qualified to take the seat. So then at that point, the housing staff asked us if we could fill the seat. And I was like, well, we need to have a conversation about that because there's been inconsistency as far as how the seat's been filled. So then that's when I consulted with the city attorney's office, and we came to a conclusion that the best way to fill it was just how, for right now, was just to
publish the vacancy.
Fill any other board or commission seat, since there isn't a policy in place right now.
Mr. Sloan?
That's correct. There is no policy. So you can either advertise or you can just fill it. It's up to you.
I would prefer to advertise it in a transparent manner. That's just my preference.
So you're asking that we vacate the?
No, I approve,
vote that we
I
just
support,
had?
well, no,
'Cause we
I
just
never
took a vote.
No, but I didn't vote, because I
So are
literally,
you-
there were 3 people that said yes, and I didn't say anything. And,
4 people said yes.
oh, did they? Okay, fine, so I'll vote no, then I'll just vote no.
I mean,
because-
I didn't
Okay.
vote either because I didn't say anything either because I was confused. And if we are going to appoint someone, it would make sense to me to notify the public that there's this opportunity, because I don't know who wants to come forward to do this job. And I don't know if most people know that it's a possibility.
I mean, I support Councilmember Parr's motion with the exception that I don't know that there's some specific person we want to appoint. I would rather have it be an application process.
I have
Sorry for the
a
confusion.
point
Okay.
of clarification to either the clerk or to our city attorney. Do we have to vote to vacate the vote, or can we just vacate the vote?
I would recommend that you divide the question. First on the rescission, because that takes 5 votes, and then how do you fill it after that? Maybe treat it as 2 different
All right,
questions.
hold on. It takes 5 votes to.
To rescind, yes. Under the charter, it takes 5 votes to remove somebody.
Do we really need to rescind it because she's already said she never took office and can't do the position?
It's just a matter of the record. There shows that there was an appointment. I mean, we do it with board and commission members. We show that, they were appointed, and then if they're no longer on the seat, we have to show that why that seat is now vacant. So that's how we've done it under reported commissions. Again, there's no policy for this particular body. So
She provided an email that implied that she
so-
either resigned or never took the
All
office.
right, so my first question, again, was do we have to vote to rescind our previous vote, or can I just declare the vote null and void? We just took a vote.
That's
Well-
let's just rescind it, let's just.
So you're right, there wasn't, we have to have 5 to rescind,
Yes,
even though she never took office.
to remove her, yes.
move her to officially say that she's
Okay,
was
so
appointed.
we're ignoring the previous vote and starting over. Does anyone want to make a motion just to rescind?
I'll make the motion just to rescind.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second.
But I think,
Is there any discussion about that?
yeah, no, that's fine. I thought Councilmember Parra had like specific wording that.
No, I know, but let's just do the rescind.
Okay.
Let's just make it simple.
There's a reason why. Okay, sure, yes, great. We'll be voting yes.
Okay, we're gonna do this by roll call then. Councilmember De Torre still hasn't called back. Councilmember Terosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr. Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Mayor Brock.
Yes, okay. Her appointment is rescinded. Now, let's move forward. Does anyone have a motion? Oh, Councilmember Parra has a motion.
Okay, so am I making a motion now that we move forward to open the vacancy, or?
You can,
I'm
it's
doing
your
that,
motion.
but I would like to do it within the next, to close it within the next 30 days, because they need representation. Like, they need someone to be appointed. Can we
You
close
can't
it
do
right
it
away?
if you
They
advertise a
technically don't. The only
vacancy.
time that the housing authority meets is when council meets, and it's when, I think the next time they would need to meet would be the budget.
But because they meet
So
regularly.
then they need
No, they don't
someone
meet
in,
regularly. It's the council, the housing authority is the council plus those 2 tenant members.
Okay. then
so we'd like to have at least 1 or 2 of those in by the time they have to vote on the budget. Correct? So that would be early June,
End of May.
mid-June? Okay, so what is the shortest time that a vacancy can be advertised?
Would be 30 days. And so in theory, if we publish it tomorrow, well, within this week, I think we should be able to make the appointment. Well, we would need to make the appointment before I'd have
Yeah.
to look at the calendar.
See, so that's
Like,
the problem, because, so we have Ann Cochran, who's the person, and she, she's been great, but sometimes she's not able to, and she hasn't been able to attend as well. And so they haven't been represented at the meetings. And so that's what the concern is with the Housing Commission and the group. It's making sure that there's someone that understands and that's represented. And so within the group, there's a few people that have stepped up and have been identified and said that they want to do it. So I'm fine opening up because they'll step up, they'll apply, they want to do it, whatever. But I mean, the whole point is just getting someone in there so that there's representation. It's all about representation. Doesn't matter.
Councilmember Zwick.
It seems like after 30 days, there's a meeting on the 28th of May and a meeting on the 11th of June, both of which would precede the budget adoption. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what I was just actually
Okay.
going to say. So we would have the time to be able to appoint somebody at the May 28th meeting or the first meeting in June.
Does that
and
give
then
them
the
enough
budget adoption
time
would
to be prepared? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Do you want to finish a motion, or do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, so well, that's changed up what I was saying. So I'd like to put forward a motion that we open up, I guess, the vacancy for the RAP, I guess. Right.
Okay, let's have a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, this is the 30 days to open.
30-day, yes.
You can advertise it tomorrow, have it open for 30 days. We can decide by the end of May.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes. Councilmember Terosis, I think you had another motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve items 16B.
Oh, wait, no, we can't.
We have to do,
Hold on a minute.
one of them's going to.
I have to let you know that I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
From the item having to do with the Memorial Day ceremony.
That would be
because
E.
Yes, because I am
Yeah.
so we have to do it separately.
So that's okay. So I move that we approve items 16B through D.
In one vote.
Okay, I second. Huh?
And Brock.
And then we can do the next one without you.
And then I'll,
B through C.
No,
D,
B through D. So 16 items like consent items, NALEO, and $5,000 to the Association of Mexican American Educators in support of Latino graduation.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
Can I ask a question, Mayor Brock?
yes.
With item 16B, just so I understand it, it's essentially so that we can do what we're doing right now, or it's so that we could actually place items
It's
on the
doing
consent
exactly-
calendar?
No, it would
Oh.
still be 16 items. It's exactly what Councilmember Terosas proposed originally, that if there was no real discussion, we could approve them in mass and save 3.5 minutes, or we could go into prolonged discussions at each one.
So it's just codifying that process?
Yeah, it's saying that this is a preferred way of us doing business on 16 items.
Got it, thank you.
But just to clarify, we do need to bring back the council rules in order to actually formally adopt that.
That's fine.
Okay, whatever the city attorney says is legal. It's up to him.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
Yes, yes.
Parra. Yes. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Negrete. Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Brock.
Yes. And I will now temporarily recuse myself for 30 seconds because I happen to be a trustee of the Santa Monica Elks Lodge.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I actually have something on the Elks.
Okay.
You want me to read?
To wait till Phil leaves the room. Earmuffs.
Okay.
Earmuffs, Phil. Okay.
Item 16E, request of Mayor Negrete, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Parra that the city one, I'm sorry, I'm just making sure I was remembering. City one allocate up to $4,681.72 from the council discretionary funds to cover costs associated with the rental of sound systems, a small stage, chairs, and related expenses for the Memorial Day event the Elks Lodge and American Legion Post are hosting at Woodlawn Cemetery at Santa Monica on May 27, 2024, to honor and pay tribute to those who have bravely fought to protect our nation, and to direct the city manager to promote the event on the city's social media platforms.
Okay, well, I'm going to read something very quickly. This is from an Elks member, so she had to leave because she was leaving on vacation. I'm reading this on her behalf. My name is Eileen Nebel, and I'm a proud member of the Santa Monica Elks number 906, one of the premier charitable organizations in Santa Monica. We've been serving the Santa Monica community for over 120 years. I've been a member of the lodge for over 7 years. I'm currently an officer and on the board of directors. For over 80 years, a Memorial Day event has been held at the Woodlawn Cemetery, located at Pico and 14th Street. For the past few years, though, it has been a much smaller crowd, with local scouts and Elks placing flags and participating in a short ceremony, and that's it. This year, 2024, we would like to have a really fabulous celebration to honor those who fought for us and allow us to maintain our freedom today. We're hoping, with your help, that we can get a stage with a sound system set up for our speakers and chairs to sit on. As we are still in the planning stages of the event, I can report we have a wonderful soloist, a senior from Santa Monica High School, singing the national anthem. We're hoping the Santa Monica Oceaneers will be singing. The National Guard Color Guard will be attending, and we'll have invited 14 local community partners, as well as the Santa Monica Police Department and Santa Monica Fire Department, to come and support us on this day. Shortly, we'll be placing our completed flyer in the local newspapers and on our social media channels. Of course, this event is free and the community is welcome. The Santa Monica Elks are proud and honored to be hosting this year's Memorial Day celebration at Woodlawn Cemetery, and so consider this your personal invitation. Thank you so much.
Great. I just wanted to see if we could say, I thought it was supposed to say this. Oh, you did say it, sorry, up to. Okay. Because they're not sure what they're going to need yet or what contributions they might get. So I would like to move this item. Are you seconding it? Okay.
First by Negrete, second by Carr.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Yes.
Move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Aye.
Can we do it without the mayor?
Bye, Phil.
I adjourn the meeting. Good night, Phil. Stay classy, Santa Monica.